Chapter 5:17. That water droplet floated quietly in front of the huge Xian formation, appearing extremely small. However, both sides were in a stalemate. Chu Luiyuan knew that this was actually a battle between two heavenly laws. If she wanted to win, she had to ensure that she would win in one strike. Her gaze was fixed on the countless streams of light that were intertwined. The legendary three-eyed eagle stood at the side silently. The entire space was eerily quiet. Boom! Another Tianlei slashed down. Light splashed everywhere, making it hard to look at. Retreat again. The people waiting outside the crater were affected by the energy and retreated again. However, most of them were injured to varying degrees. This is already the 27th Tianlei of the Long Yuan sword, and it's already so powerful. If we really wait for the 81 Tianlei to appear again, I'm afraid none of us will be able to withstand it. By then, we will all be chased out of the Tianling God realm, a burly man said in a low voice. The black sword aura in the crater was still pouring back into the Long Yuan sword. As far as the eye could see, it had already become a golden sea of fire. Not necessarily. The new master chosen by the Long Yuan sword won't be threatened by these powers. Another man beside him spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Wasn't this the reason why they insisted on waiting here? Young Qin Er's eyes flashed, and she asked softly, "Senior brothers, your injuries are quite serious. Why don't we wait?" The two men rejected her in unison. No. We won't give up until the last moment. The Long Yuan sword will try to choose a new master every 9 Tianlei. Now, it seems that no one has been chosen in the first 3 rounds, there's still a chance. That's right. If we run away because of fear, we will really be looked down upon. Qin don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Young Qin smiled gratefully. Ning Jiaojiao looked on coldly, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across her eyes. During this period of time, every time they encountered danger, the two men would rush to the front, afraid that something would happen to young Qin Until now, the two of them were covered in injuries, but young Qin was still unharmed. This young Qin had some tricks up her sleeve. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two of them to be so dead set on risking their lives for her. At the end of the day, the Wanjing competition was still a competition. However, the two of them were completely toyed with by young Qin Young Qin noticed Ning Jiaojiao's gaze and looked up at her. The two of them looked at each other for a moment before turning their gazes away. Just then, another Tianlei came crashing down. Silver light flashed. Violent energy spread out in all directions. Ning Jiaojiao was the first to bear the brunt. But what exactly is the golden flame below? The rumors about the Long Yuan sword didn't seem to mention this thing. How can such a mysterious and unfathomable place be guessed by us? Let's just wait patiently. Xuanji Square. A day and a night had passed. However, there were more people in the square than before. Jiang Yuqing was still in disguise. He stood in an inconspicuous corner and watched the situation on the square. Until now, most of the people had already been eliminated. However, the closer it was to the end, the more intense the competition was. He looked at the black jade board. There were only a few names on it. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on one of the names on the list and asked, "Chu Luiyue is still inside?" The man behind him immediately said, "Yes. Including her, there are 13 people." Jiang Yuqing put one hand behind his back and gradually clenched it into a fist. Chu Luiyue was only a stage 3 warrior. Even if he had some ability, he should have already been eliminated. The lowest level of the remaining people should be at the peak of stage 5, right? Eldest young master is wise. And And what? Jiang Yuqing asked impatiently. The man lowered his voice. And, among the remaining people, other than Chu Luiyue, they are all at the upper level of the Daijing Yuan meridian. Jiang Yuqing's pupils constricted. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 518. According to his original expectations, at this time, the remaining people should all be geniuses with high-grade Daijing Yuan meridians. But Chu Luiyue remained until now. Could it be that there was something strange about her? Where is Mu Qinghe now? He asked. Eldest young master, didn't you ask Vice Admiral Mu to deal with that matter earlier? He shouldn't have come out at this time. He reminded him softly. Jiang Yuqing suddenly understood and rubbed his eyebrows. Perhaps he was really too tired these past few days. He even forgot about this matter. Ask him to go to Wanjin Garden. Wanjin Garden was a famous restaurant in Xiling City, known for its elegance and luxury. But only a few people knew that it was his territory. You mean, now? Jiang Yuqing glanced at the black jade board and nodded slightly. Yes. I'll go now. With that, he turned and left. Guan Hao, continue to send people to keep an eye on the situation here. If there's anything unusual, inform me immediately. Guan Hao thought for a moment and roughly guessed what he meant by unusual. Yes. When Jiang Yuqing arrived at Wanjin Garden, Mu Qinghe was already waiting in the room. Seeing Jiang Yuqing come in, he immediately stood up. Greetings, eldest young master. The Deputy General of the Black Cavalry, who had always been cold and indifferent, was now very respectful to eldest young master Jiang. Jiang Yuqing sat down. Sit down too. Mu Qinghe hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he had poured 2 cups of tea, she also sat down. Guan Hao walked out, gently closed the door, and was responsible for guarding outside. Mu Qinghe lowered her eyes. Eldest young master, why did you summon me here in such a hurry today? Jiang Yuqing picked up the teacup and blew gently. The tea's fragrance assailed his nose. It's nothing important. I just have something to ask you. Please ask, eldest young master. I will tell you everything I know. Jiang Yuqing rubbed the teacup but didn't drink it. He just raised his eyes and glanced at Mu Qinghe. Chu Luiyue. Did you bring him here? Mu Qinghe's hands on her knees curled up slightly, but her expression did not change. Yes. Everyone said that she came here with Jian Fengqi. What's going on? Mu Qinghe paused for a moment before she briefly explained the situation. Therefore, I came back first and asked Jian Fengqi to bring Chu Luiyue here. Jian Fengqi's name was left on the Wanjin competition because there seemed to be a misunderstanding during the registration process. Jiang Yuqing curled his lips without a smile. Lu Xing has always disliked Jian Fengqi. He probably did it on purpose. He's so brainless. He's indeed the same as his master, Sheng Wanwan. He didn't even think about it. Be it Sheng Wanwan or Jiang Yuqing, neither of them would let Jian Fengqi do such a thing. He actually wanted to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. He didn't even know who could persuade Jian Fengqi to help. Mu Qinghe thought for a moment and said, this rumor seems to have spread. This rumor seems to have spread far and wide in West Hill. Why don't I send someone to? No need. It doesn't matter what those people think. The key now is Chu Luiyue. Mu Qinghe, when you came back, you didn't tell me that Chu Luiyue was hiding so many secrets. Jiang Yuqing put the teacup back on the table with a sound that was neither soft nor heavy. Mu Qinghe frowned slightly. I'm slow-witted. What does eldest young master mean? Jiang Yuqing smiled. Don't you know that she's still in the Tianling God realm? There were close to 200 people who entered. When I came, there were only 13 left. She's one of them. She only has an intermediate Daijing Yuan meridian and is only a stage 3 warrior. Why do you think she's still here? Mu Qinghe's eyes narrowed. He knew that Chu Luiyue was capable, but he didn't expect her to last until now. You're indeed from country Yaoqin. Jiang Yuqing said meaningfully. Mu Qinghe immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Eldest young master is wise. Chu Luiyue is indeed capable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her to the Wanjing competition. But I didn't expect. There's no need to be nervous. Jiang Yuqing smiled and waved his hand, looking relaxed. The more you're like this, the happier the third princess will be when she finds out. Mu Qinghe lowered his eyes slightly, and his voice was calm. Yes. There's another small matter that I'm a little curious about. Jiang Yuqing leaned forward and stared at Mu Qinghe. Don't you think that Chu Luiyue's appearance is a little similar to someone's? He still had a smile on his face, and his voice was calm and gentle as if he was talking about something unimportant. Mu Qinghe's clothes fluttered, and she knelt on the ground. Eldest young master, I didn't mean it. It's just that country Yaoqin only has this young genius with the Daijing Yuan meridian, so I had no choice but to bring her back. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to continue staying in country Yaoqin. Jiang Yuqing stared at him with a gaze as sharp as a knife. The room fell into a long silence. After some time, Jiang Yuqing suddenly laughed. I'm just saying it casually. Why are you so nervous? In fact, it's only 30% similar. There are so many similar people in this world, so there's nothing to be surprised about. In fact, he had already sent people to secretly investigate Chu Luiyue. Based on the information he had received so far, there was no problem with Chu Luiyue's identity. Most importantly, she was indeed only 14 years old. Mu Qinghe heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank you, eldest young master. Jiang Yuqing smiled and leaned back in his chair. This is just a coincidence. If there were other candidates, why would you choose Chu Luiyue? After all, your old master was really devoted to you. Mu Qinghe's head suddenly hit the ground. From the beginning to the end, I only have one master, eldest young master. His head was on the cold floor, and it seemed to have chilled his heart. After a short and suffocating silence, Jiang Yuqing finally stood up, personally helped him up, and warmly said, You're too young. What are you doing? I've always trusted you the most. Mu Qinghe stood up. Thank you, eldest young master. There was a clear bruise on his forehead, which showed how hard he had knocked just now. You can go back first. Just continue to do what I told you before. Don't worry about anything else. This was a warning to him that he was not allowed to interfere in the Wanjing conference. Yes. After Jiang Yuqing finished speaking, he left. After a long time, Mu Qinghe slowly exhaled. He looked at the 2 cups of tea on the table. Jiang Yuqing's cup had not been touched from beginning to end. He stood there for a long time. Hong Yao had appeared on his shoulder at some point. It had always been lively, but at this moment, it was much more listless and silent. Mu Qinghe closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had returned to calmness. Then, he left. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 5:19. Time passed slowly. There was dead silence in the main hall. Chu Luiyue was highly focused as she stared at the huge Xian formation. When the two forces were confronting each other, she had already started to silently memorize the path of the Heaven Path's aura on the Xian formation. However, the pressure of a level 9 Xian formation was too strong for her now, so this process was very taxing on her. Not only was her mind exhausted, but her force was also depleting quickly. Hence, Chu Luiyue could only watch as she replenished her force. Fortunately, the water droplet had already stored countless force, so it could continuously flow out and spread to her limbs and bones. At first, this process was more painful, but after a few times, Chu Luiyue gradually got used to it. Her flesh, blood, and bones were rapidly becoming stronger as the origin power washed through her body. Even she did not realize that the aura around her was constantly strengthening. The legendary three-eyed eagle looked at Chu Luiyue, and an obscure light flashed across its eyes. This kind of cultivation method had very high requirements for the cultivator, and ordinary people could not tolerate it. However, not only did Chu Luiyue tolerate it, but she also seemed to be getting more relaxed. Her potential was even stronger than what she had shown before. It turned its gaze and looked at the heavenly square cauldron that was quietly floating in midair. Now, it finally understood why the heavenly square cauldron chose her. Chu Luiyue focused all her attention on the Xian formation and completely forgot about the time. In her mind, a rough outline of the Xian formation was gradually sketched out. On the other side, Chu Luiyue had already forgotten herself, but the people waiting outside the crater were still enduring with difficulty. As time passed, the Long Yuan sword summoned more and more heaven paths, and its aura and pressure became stronger. They had already retreated dozens of miles from their initial position. Furthermore, 2 more people were eliminated one after another. Only half of the original 10 people were left. However, the Long Yuan sword had no intention of choosing a new master. No one was chosen in the 5th and 6th rounds, and now there were only 2 chances left. They did not show it on their faces, but they were all secretly anxious. "There is no day or night here, and I wonder how much time has passed," Yang Qin muttered. The others didn't say anything. When Chang Wanzhou heard this, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. He closed his eyes and examined the situation in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The medicinal effect of the pill he had eaten earlier seemed to have completely taken effect. He didn't know if it was because the environment here was different from the outside world or because it was already time. He glanced at the sinkhole. From here, one could only see the gigantic dragon abyss sword and the crazily burning golden flames. Chu Luiyue still did not appear. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade bottle and swallowed the second pill. Xuanji Square. After 2 days, there were only 9 names left on the black jade board. Everyone guessed that at this rate, the competition would be over in a few days. Surprisingly, no one was eliminated on the 3rd day. The waiting crowd gradually became impatient. All kinds of rumors were spreading like wildfire. "It's already been 3 days. Why haven't the remaining 9 people come out? Could something have happened to them? That's the Tianling God realm. What kind of accident could happen? Didn't you see that those who were eliminated were all sent out alive? Let's not worry about it. Can't we just treat it as a show?" That's true. At the end of the day, the sects in Xiling City care about who wins and who loses the most, right? It has nothing to do with us. But then again, it was said that there might be many rare treasures hidden in the Tianling God realm, but those who were chased out before, they were all half dead. There's an 80% chance that they have nothing to do with the treasures. Do you guys think that the Tianling God realm is just a dangerous place without any treasures? That's the place where Taizu passed away. Rumor has it that he once left a heavenly Tao behind. How can there be nothing? Besides, how can opportunities be obtained so easily? Who knows, it might all be given to one person in the end. There are still 9 people left. I wonder who will be so lucky. But that Chu Luiyue is actually still here. This is really unexpected. In a private room on the 2nd floor of Spring Breeze Restaurant, a woman in white was holding a pipa and playing it. She had a slim figure like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Her face was covered by a veil, revealing only a pair of gentle eyes. But one could still tell that she was a rare beauty. She played the pipa with a noisy mix of notes. Pearls big and small fell on a jade plate. Behind the screen was a tall figure lying diagonally. Suddenly, the woman in white stopped playing. The room instantly quieted down. After a while, the man behind the screen spoke lazily. "Little Lou, why did you suddenly stop playing?" The woman in white stood up and curtsied. "Young Master Jian's heart isn't here today. No matter how much I play, it won't enter your ears. Let's just leave it at that." Her voice was very gentle and pleasant, but in Jian Fengqi's ears, it seemed to contain killing intent. He coughed. "Little Lou, you've misunderstood." "How could I, Jian Fengqi? I won't play the lute to a cow." The woman in white suddenly interrupted Jian Fengqi rudely. "This is really asking for my life." Jian Fengqi immediately understood the situation and said, "Little Lou, go and rest first. Don't tire yourself out." The woman in white walked around the screen with the pipa in her arms and walked over. She sneered. "Jian Fengqi, I've played for you for so long. Is there any progress on the matter I asked you to do?" Jian Fengqi, the famous little tyrant of Xiling City, had always been arrogant and unbridled. But in front of this woman in white, he seemed to be subconsciously inferior. His handsome face was scrunched up. Yes. If I didn't find anything, I wouldn't have dared to step into Chun Feng restaurant." The woman in white's eyes lit up. "That's more like it. Then tell me." Before she finished speaking, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside. "Fengqi. Fengqi." A familiar young man's voice sounded. The two people in the room were stunned. Jian Fengqi said, "It's Yuan Jinghong." The woman in white gritted her teeth. "I know. He came at the right time." With that, she quickly retreated behind the screen. The door was immediately opened. Yuan Jinghong rushed in hurriedly. "Fengqi. Do you know?" Seeing the woman in white in the room, he suddenly stuttered. "Miss Liu, I didn't expect you to be here too." Shui Liu, bowed to the screen. "Then I'll take my leave first." She took a few steps back and walked to Yuan Jinghong's side and bowed. Yuan Jinghong's ears were red as he said, "Take care, Miss Liu, What are you doing here?" Jian Fengqi walked out from behind the screen. He crossed his arms and looked at him impatiently. Yuan Jinghong then remembered his purpose of coming and looked excited. "You still don't know? Chu Luyue, who you brought, is now in the top 8 of the Wanjing competition. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 520. Jian Fengqi was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was talking about. Wanjing competition. Top 8. Looking at Jian Fengqi's expression, Yuan Jinghong's smile gradually froze. "Don't tell me you don't care about this at all." Jian Fengqi shrugged lazily. "Isn't it just a competition? Do you have to care so much? Especially since this was a competition requested by Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing." Not only did he not care, but he also looked down on it. If not for the sake of helping Mu Qinghe, he would not have gotten involved in this matter at all. In the past few days, he had been eating, drinking, and having fun in Xiling City. How could he have the leisure to think about anything else? Yuan Jinghong clicked his tongue. "To think that you were the one who brought her here." Jian Fengqi thought that this person was brought here by Mu Qinghe. It really had nothing to do with him. "Why isn't the competition over yet?" Yuan Jinghong looked at him disdainfully. "Looks like you really don't care about this at all. I really don't know why you brought this girl here. This competition has already been going on for 4 days. Today is the 5th day. There were nearly 200 people participating in the official competition, and now there are only 8 left. Without waiting for Jian Fengqi to explain, he continued. Now, all the major casinos in Xiling City have started to place bets on who will come in first. Hearing this, Jian Fengqi immediately perked up. Really? Meeting Yuan Jinghong's disdainful gaze, Jian Fengqi coughed. Then, what's the odds for that girl? Of course it's the highest. She's the lowest level among the 8. No, she's the lowest level among the contestants. As Yuan Jinghong spoke, he couldn't help but rub his chin. Sigh, speaking of which, this girl is really quite impressive. I don't think she's relying on luck to last until now. Let's not talk about other things, but your eye for choosing people is pretty good. Jian Fengqi's lips curled into a sinister smile, with a hint of complacency. Of course. Since he was in a rush, he did not explain further. You called me here today just to say this. Jian Fengqi changed the topic and asked. Achoo! Yuan Jinghong suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose. Hey, who's thinking of this young master? Jian Fengqi looked at him sympathetically. Little Lu was suddenly interrupted. By now, she had probably cursed all 8 generations of Yuan Jinghong's ancestors. I'm here to ask you about the girl you brought with you. How far do you think she can go? Yuan Jinghong rubbed his hands. I've been tight on cash recently, so I wanted to see if I could take advantage of this opportunity to win. If you say she can make it to 8th place, then I'll bet on 8th place. If you say 7th, then I'll bet on 7th. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. The higher the ranking, the higher the payout. Yuan Jinghong nodded. What's the payout for her getting 1st place? Yuan Jinghong said a number. Jian Fengqi turned around and walked outside. Hey! Fengqi, where are you going? Yuan Jinghong hurriedly got up and followed him. Jian Fengqi didn't even turn back. To make a fortune. The Wanjing competition was still ongoing, and everyone in Xiling City seemed to be focused on this competition. A piece of gossip spread throughout the entire Xiling overnight. It was said that Dragon Teeth Mountain's young master, Jian Fengqi, went to all the casinos in Xiling City and bet tens of thousands of gold coins on Chu Luiyue winning 1st place in the Wanjing competition. This was like pouring another pot of oil on the fire. Everyone was originally filled with curiosity and anticipation for the Wanjing competition because it involved the Tianling god realm. Jian Fengqi's actions caused even more commotion. Jian Fengqi's style of doing things was well known in Xiling City for not following the rules and being carefree and unrestrained. But this action still made countless people's jaws drop. Because in everyone's opinion, it was impossible for Chu Luiyue to get 1st place. Jian Fengqi's actions were almost the same as burning money. Even if he was rich, he couldn't afford to spend like this. If it weren't for some special reason, would he do this? Hence, everyone in Xiling knew that Jian Fengqi had taken a liking to Chu Luiyue, whom he brought back. Jian Fengqi was known for being a playboy, but this was the first time he had done such a big thing. It instantly attracted countless guesses. Could it be that the usually playboy young Master Jian is finally going to stop this time? Countless women felt sad because of this. 100 Herbs Building. A few women were strolling around the exhibition hall on the 1st floor, whispering to each other. I heard that Chu Luiyue was brought back by Jian Fengqi from outside Heaven's Canopy. She doesn't seem to have a good background. I really don't know what he sees in her. Her background is indeed not good, but you haven't seen her in person, right? I saw her from afar that day, and she is indeed a rare beauty. No wonder Jian Fengqi is so infatuated with her. So what if she's beautiful? There are so many beautiful women in this world. I think Jian Fengqi is just temporarily infatuated. He will wake up after some time. Could it be that she can really enter Dragon Teeth Mountain and become the young mistress? The page boy standing behind the crystal cabinet finally couldn't help but ask, "May I ask if the Chu Luiwei you mentioned just now is the one who just came to Xiling recently?" The women looked at each other and nodded in confusion. "Yes." "What's wrong?" The page boy smiled courteously. "I don't know where you heard these rumors from, but they are indeed outrageous. Miss Chu is an honored guest of the Mu clan. How could she be related to young Master Jian?" one of the women asked. "Which Mu clan?" "There is only one Mu clan in Xiling City." The page boy reminded, "A few days ago, when Miss Chu came here, she was accompanied by Vice Admiral Mu's trusted aide, Lieutenant Duan. Everyone in our 100 Herbs building can see it clearly." This time, the women's expressions changed. Chu Luiwei was actually related to that killing god. Honored guest. What kind of honored guest could she be to make Mu Qinghe value her so much? After all, he didn't even have half a woman in his residence. "Is what you said true?" Another woman stepped forward and asked anxiously. The page boy pointed upstairs. "Of course. That day, Miss Chu bought a lot of things back, and the servants who accompanied her were directly promoted to the second floor. Who in 100 Herbs building wasn't envious? Now, everyone was waiting for Chu Luiwei to come to their door again." The women looked at each other, and one of them covered her mouth and smiled. "This Chu Luiwei is really amazing. Not only can she make young Master Jian spend a lot of money for her, she can also make Vice Admiral Mu make an exception for her. She is really amazing." The page boy's expression changed slightly. "Miss, please be careful with your words." The woman's smile became even more cheerful. "What? Even the 100 Herbs building has become her territory. Can't I even say a word? Miss Chu is an honored guest of our 100 Herbs building with a black gold card. Naturally, we have to prioritize Miss Chu." A clear man's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around. All the page boys on the first floor saluted in unison. "Greetings, Manager Yu. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network." Chapter 521. It turned out that this person was the manager of 100 Herbs building. Yuling, wasn't he always elusive and elusive? It was said that even some of the bigwigs in Xiling City had to send an invitation a month in advance if they wanted to visit him. They might not even be able to meet him. Logically speaking, a mere manager of a medicinal herb store shouldn't have a status as high as these people, let alone be arrogant in front of them. However, Yuling was different. Because he was in charge of 100 Herbs building. Things were precious when they were rare. He had things that others didn't have, so he naturally had an advantage over others. In Xiling City, no one wanted to offend 100 Herbs building. Because no one could guarantee that they wouldn't need to buy medicinal herbs from 100 Herbs building for the rest of their lives. Anyone who knew what was good for them wouldn't ask for a rebuff here. Of course, these women couldn't afford to offend Yuling, so they immediately hesitated and apologized sincerely. "So sorry." Yuling nodded and smiled slightly. "I believe you won't make such a mistake again in the future." The women breathed a sigh of relief together. However, before they could speak, they saw Yuling speak to the servant beside them. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask these ladies to leave." The servant shuddered and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." As he spoke, he had already quickly bypassed the crystal cabinet and walked to the front of the women. He raised his hand and pointed to the door. "Ladies, please, this, Manager Yu, what do you mean?" One of the women asked with a blank face. "We haven't bought our things yet." Yuling's smile didn't change. "I know." It was obvious that he wanted to drive them out. The servant immediately urged, "Ladies, please." Although the women were full of anger, they didn't dare to really cause trouble in 100 Herbs building, so they could only leave angrily. "Let's go." At the door, one of the women finally couldn't hold back and looked back. Suppressing her anger, she said, "I didn't expect 100 Herbs Building to treat customers like this. Next time, even if you invite us, we won't come." Yuling smiled and said, "Ladies, don't worry about this problem. From today onwards, 100 Herbs Building won't do business with you." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The few women who were about to step out of the store all stopped and looked at Yuling in shock. The woman who spoke was also frightened. "General Manager Yu, what do you mean by this?" "It's the literal meaning. You have openly criticized and humiliated our Black Gold Card VIPs in the 100 Herbs Building. Naturally, we have to show our attitude. Please take a detour when you come here in the future." Yuling's tone was very gentle, but the words he said were very cold and ruthless. "Oh, right. It's the same for the families of the ladies." The exhibition hall on the first floor was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yuling was really ruthless. He actually cut off the entire family's business. Who knew what kind of punishment these women would have to endure when they returned? Even if they said bad things about Chu Luyue, this was too much. Although some people thought so, no one was stupid enough to speak up for these people. What a joke. Who would be so brainless as to offend Yuling for an unrelated person? The few women obviously realized that something was wrong. They anxiously begged, and 2 of them even cried. But Yuling was too lazy to pay attention to them and turned around. A few manservants stepped forward and chased the women out of the room. They lingered outside the door for a long time, attracting a lot of attention. But they couldn't say the reason, so they could only leave in embarrassment. Yuling's gaze swept across the people standing in the exhibition hall on the first floor and smiled, "Sorry to disturb you. I'll prepare a small gift for you later. Please forgive me." Everyone hurriedly responded happily. Since Yuling had done so, they definitely had to give face. After comforting everyone, Yuling walked upstairs. He walked to the 3rd floor alone. A middle-aged man greeted him, "General Manager, why did you suddenly come today?" This person was Cui Fangyi, the Deputy General Manager of the 100 Herbs Building. Yuling walked into his room on the 3rd floor, and the middle-aged man followed him in. After closing the door, Yuling suddenly exhaled, and his face was full of lingering fear. "Fortunately, I didn't come too late." Cui Fangyi was confused. "What did you say?" Yuling shook his head, walked over and sat down before saying, "You should know what happened downstairs. If there are similar things in the future, deal with it like this." Cui Fangyi frowned. "You mean, if there are any people who humiliate the Black Gold Card in the future, we won't do business with them? You haven't set such a rule before. Are you really going to do this?" Those people were a little too much, but they didn't know their crime. Yuling raised his eyes and glanced at him. "Why do you think I came here in a hurry today?" Cui Fangyi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly opened his eyes in shock. "Don't tell me you came here specifically for Chu." Yuling nodded. "I just received the news today." He pointed upwards. "From now on, this Miss Chu will be an esteemed guest of our 100 Herbs Building." Cui Fangyi took a breath of cold air. Who was Chu Luyue? "I should have received the news a few days ago, but I was delayed by something on the way, so I received it." Yuling shook his head with a wry smile. "I didn't expect that Miss Chu had already come to the 100 Herbs Building a few days later. However, this is good. Now that she is a VIP of the Black Gold Card, she can be a good excuse." Although Cui Fangyi was still shocked, he immediately responded. "Yes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network." Chapter 522. Tianling God Realm. Chu Luyue sat cross-legged in the magnificent hall, still staring at the huge Xian formation not far away. She had completely ignored everything around her. There was only one thought in her mind, to decipher this Xian formation. She already had a rough outline in her mind. As time passed, the outline gradually became clearer. This was the Xian formation that Chu Luiyue imitated in her mind. Of course, compared to the real Xian formation, this small ball was nothing. But Chu Luiyue didn't really want to completely copy it. For the current her, it was simply impossible for her to do so. So, she was actually trying her best to depict the trajectory of the previous heavenly Tao and try to find a pattern from it. At a certain moment, she finally made up her mind. Brilliant starlight burst out from her eyes. That's it. Go. That water droplet that contained the aura of the heavenly Tao rushed toward a certain point on the Xian formation. Boom. Two incomparably powerful forces collided with each other. A loud sound was heard. It hit the target. Chu Luiyue was elated. The next moment, with the point of impact as the center, a visible energy wave started to spread in all directions. The streams of light that were close to it were instantly crushed. It destroyed everything in its path. The huge Xian formation had officially collapsed. At the same time, the few people outside the crater continued to wait. There were only 4 people left. Chang Wanzhou, Ning Jiaojiao, Yang Qin and the burly man named Shou Ding. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. The few of them stared at the long yuan sword with visible nervousness on their faces. Because, this was already the 80th Tianlei. The long yuan sword still hadn't chosen a master. So, there was only one last chance left. Ning Jiaojiao couldn't help but look at Chang Wanzhou in the distance. Not long ago, this blonde young man actually broke through to become a stage 6 warrior here. She was jealous and resentful. She couldn't understand how Chang Wanzhou could break through so smoothly at such a tense time. What she did not know was that Chang Wanzhou's attention was not on the long yuan sword. From beginning to end, there was only one thing on his mind, to find Chu Luiyue. He could sense that she was under the golden flames, so he waited patiently. While he was waiting, he reckoned that he had already used the 3rd pill. It was also because of the effects of these 3 pills that the evil frost chi in his body was dispelled, giving him the opportunity to break through. Voila! Suddenly, a turbulent fluctuation came from the sinkhole. This movement immediately attracted the attention of several people. Shou Ding rose into the air without hesitation. Look at the sinkhole. However, what he saw shocked him to the core. How could this be? The golden flames that originally filled the sinkhole actually began to surge back crazily. It was as if something was crazily devouring it from below. However, the last Tianlei on the long yuan sword did not descend. The entire hall began to shake. The dust on countless treasures fell, the beads began to roll around, and the jade stones that were piled up into a mountain shook. The water beads shattered silently, and tens of thousands of streams of light disintegrated at the same time. The dazzling light almost blinded Chu Luiyue. It was almost a crushing advantage. A look of shock flashed across the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. The power of the heavenly Tao in Chu Luiyue's body was already so strong. Although it was the one who suggested to let Chu Luiyue try to use the heavenly Tao to deal with the heavenly Tao, it did not have much hope. After all, Chu Luiyue's current realm had not broken through to become a stage 4 warrior. Even if her true strength was comparable to a stage 5 warrior, it was almost impossible for her to break through a level 9 Xian formation. However, the power of the heavenly Tao that she displayed now far exceeded that of the Xian formation. Just the heavenly Tao in her body should not be able to achieve such power. It was that water bead. That water bead seemed to contain a power that could go against the heavenly Tao. The legendary three-eyed eagle was shocked by this sudden thought. It looked up again and saw that the water bead had scattered into countless tiny water droplets and scattered in various parts of the Xian formation. The entire Xian formation collapsed irreversibly. It turned into countless stars and scattered in all directions. When the last stream of light was destroyed, Chu Luiyue immediately had a thought. A transparent karmic fire flew out from the heavenly square cauldron and covered the sky as it flew toward the half of the corpse. The huge corpse was immediately enveloped. In the next moment, the corpse was slowly lifted up by the transparent karmic fire. At this moment, golden flames suddenly surged from the surroundings and poured into the corpse crazily. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. The legendary three-eyed eagle immediately said in a low voice, "That's the power of the great phoenix dragon." Previously, it must have sensed that the Long Yuan sword was about to awaken, so this power spread out in all directions, trying to break free from this suppression. Now that you want to take the corpse away, this power naturally surged back. Does this great phoenix dragon's corpse still have a soul? Chu Luiyue asked doubtfully. That's not it. This is just the last remnant of the great phoenix dragon's consciousness. If this great phoenix dragon still had half of its soul, it would not be in this situation. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little emotional. The ancient divine beast was indeed extraordinary. It had been dead for so long, but in this corpse, there was still such a powerful consciousness. I wonder how strong the great phoenix dragon is when it's alive. As the golden flames surged back, the corpse became even more lustrous and translucent. When the last cluster of golden flames disappeared into the corpse, the heavenly square cauldron finally swallowed it forcefully. Through the transparent heavenly square cauldron, one could still clearly see the corpse falling into it. At the same time, the Xian formation had completely dissipated. Countless tiny water droplets gathered back into a water bead, containing the starlight, and returned to Chu Luiyue's body. Chu Luiyue stood up and waved his hand lightly, wanting to recall the heavenly square cauldron. However, the heavenly square cauldron stopped in mid-air and did not move at all. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment and tried again. The heavenly square cauldron still did not move at all. A sense of uneasiness suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the hole. "Are you leaving after taking my things?" A deep man's voice sounded. Every word was like a clap of thunder in her ears. It made one's heart tremble. Chu Luiyue's internal organ seemed to have been crushed by this invisible pressure. It was extremely painful. A strong smell of blood suddenly surged up her throat. She did not doubt that if the other party wanted to, he could take her life now. This person was the strongest person she had ever met in her 2 lives. The man waved his hand, and the heavenly square cauldron quickly shrank and landed in his palm. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 523. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to shrink as well. That man looked to be around 30 years old. He was tall, had broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. He wore a long, dark green robe and was like a sword that had yet to be unsheathed, deep and reserved. However, when she saw his face clearly, Chu Luiyue suddenly widened her eyes. His eyebrows were slanted to his temples, his nose bridge was high, his cheeks were angular, and his pair of black jade-like eyes were incomparably deep. He was really handsome. However, what shocked Chu Luiyue wasn't his outstanding appearance, but, this is the face of a Taizu. In the ancestral hall of the Tianling dynasty's royal family, there was a portrait of a Taizu. This man's face was exactly the same as the portrait of a Taizu. No, it should be said, that the portrait was exactly the same as this man. Chu Luiyue's mind went blank for a moment. Her heart beat violently, almost causing her eardrums to hurt. This is a Taizu. This is a Taizu. That man carefully examined the heavenly square cauldron in his hand for a while, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. I couldn't tell that a little girl like you really has a rare treasure on you. As he spoke, he looked up at Chu Luiyue and saw that this little girl was staring at him in a daze as if she had lost her mind. He suddenly couldn't help but laugh. What's with your expression? I was just curious and took it to take a look. It's not like I want to snatch it from you. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the heavenly square cauldron flew in front of Chu Luiyue. Since you've already broken the Xian formation I set up and taken this thing away, then it's yours. I won't take it back. Chu Luiyue instantly felt the pressure on her body dissipate. She stretched out her hand stiffly and took back the heavenly square cauldron, but her eyes were still staring at that man in a daze. Taizu. She actually saw Taizu. Even in her previous life, she had always planned to enter the Tianling God realm, but she had never thought that she would actually be able to see Taizu. Her heart seemed to be filled with a warm current, and the tip of her nose was slightly sour. The man thought that the girl wouldn't look at him like that after he returned the item. Unexpectedly, not only was she still watching, but her eyes were also red. Looking at that pair of bright red rabbit-like eyes, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Hey, little girl, why are you crying? Shengguan Jing was not afraid of anything in his life. The only thing he was afraid of was seeing someone cry. Moreover, this person was a young lady. Wasn't he just joking? Why did this girl make it seem like he had bullied her? He had only symbolically exerted his pressure, and it would not hurt this girl at all. Moreover, she had the power of the heavenly Tao in her body, so there was no need to worry. Don't cry. Didn't I say that this thing is already yours? Shengguan Jing was a little flustered. How about, you take all the treasures here with you? Is that okay? There's no one in this world who doesn't like money, right? Only then did Chu Luiyue regain her senses, and her lips trembled slightly. Thank you, senior. The two words, Taizu, almost slipped out of her mouth. Although she tried her best to make herself look calm, her slightly trembling voice revealed that her emotions were still fluctuating at this time. Shengguan Jing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that this girl had finally spoken. However, a faint doubt arose in his heart. This girl's reaction to me seems a little too much, perhaps it's because I appeared too suddenly. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and smiled casually. You don't have to be afraid. I'm just a remnant consciousness stored in the Long Yuan sword. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly, but she was a little disappointed. So this is not Taizu's soul. What's your name? Where are you from? How did you get in? Seeing that she had returned to normal, Shengguan Jing asked. In the past, only people from the Tianling dynasty's royal family could enter the Tianling God realm. This girl clearly doesn't have the bloodline of the Tianling dynasty. Furthermore, he knew that many people had come outside, and they were all like this. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and said seriously, I'm Chu Luiyue. I'm Chu Luiyue, and I'm from country Yaochen outside of Heaven's Canopy. I came to the Tianling God realm this time because of the Wanjing competition. After that, she briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Shengguan Jing frowned when he heard the end. He didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the people of the Tianling royal family would actually act so recklessly. This wasn't because he didn't want people outside the Tianling royal family to enter, but this so-called Wanjing competition clearly had other motives. Most people wouldn't be able to last too long here. Instead, they might be injured because of this extremely dangerous environment. Wasn't that the case for the previous ones? You said that it was the third Princess Shengguan Wan and her husband who are now in power. What did you say? Shengguan Jing asked. Yes. Do you know if there's anything unusual about Shengguan Wan? Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment. Of course, she knew what was wrong with Shangguan. Her Yuan meridian had been destroyed more than a year ago. If it was an ordinary injury, there were plenty of celestial physicians in the Tianling dynasty who could treat it. However, Shangguan's Yuan meridian was burned by her Tianjing Yuan meridian. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to recover. However, in the past few days in Xiling, after secretly asking around, she was surprised to find that the news of Shangguan's Yuan meridian being destroyed hadn't spread. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If others knew that her Yuan meridian was damaged and couldn't be repaired, she definitely wouldn't be able to sit firmly in her current position. Although she didn't know what method she used, she had indeed successfully hidden it from everyone. Oh right, except for Jiang Yuqing. What I mean is there a problem with her cultivation? Shangguan Jing asked in more detail. Chu Luiyue calmed down and nodded. I only heard that there seems to be a problem with her Yuan meridian. No wonder. Shangguan Jing looked as if he had expected it. Chu Luiyue was even more puzzled. From the looks of it, Taizu actually seemed to know why Shangguan was holding this Wanjing competition. Senior, what do you mean by this? She asked softly. Shangguan Jing's expression became much more serious. He placed his hands behind his back, shook his head, and sighed. Forget it, forget it. It's good that you don't know these things. In short, it's a disgrace for the Tianling royal family to have such an evil descendant. Chu Luiyue wanted to ask again, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. Shangguan Jing suddenly thought of something and looked her up and down. Speaking of which, how did you get into this hole? Chu Luiyue glanced at the three-eyed eagle beside her and coughed in embarrassment. I won't hide it from you, senior. I'm actually here for this skeleton this time. The divine beast I contracted only has a soul. I wanted to help it recover its physical body, so I barged in. That's not what I'm talking about. Shangguan Jing's expression was a little strange. You might not know, but the door of this hall can only be opened by people with the bloodline of the Tianling royal family. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 524. Chu Luiyue was dazed as if someone had hit her head on with a stick. Only people with the Tianling royal family's bloodline could enter. Then, how did she get in? Even though she was Shangguan Yu, her body had already been replaced by Chu Luiyue's. It was impossible for them to have the same bloodline. She remembered clearly that the door had appeared directly in the golden flames. Then, what happened? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. It was the Black Pyramid. At that time, she didn't do anything. The Black Pyramid flew out on its own, and the door opened. There was also that subtle connection between them. From the beginning to the end, the Black Pyramid had been the one controlling everything. Chu Luiyue's heart was in a mess. The Black Pyramid was something from country Yao Chen's imperial mausoleum. How was it related to the Tianling dynasty? There seemed to be a cloud of fog in front of her, preventing her from seeing what was happening. This. I don't know either, Chu Luiyue muttered softly. Shangguan Jing looked at her expression and confirmed that she really didn't know anything. He smiled. You have a lot of treasures on you. One of them seems to be related to the Tianling dynasty. Chu Luiyue paused. You know, this is my territory. Of course, no one knows better than me how you got in. Shangguan Jing shook his head with a smile. This girl looks quite smart, and her talent and strength are very good. Why is she a little dazed? He pointed with his finger. The Black Pyramid in Chu Luiyue's body flew out instantly. Senior, Chu Luiyue's heart tightened, but when she thought that Taizu might be able to see through the secret, she swallowed her words. Shangguan Jing raised his hand to take the Black Pyramid. A hidden and powerful pressure suddenly erupted from it. Shangguan Jing stopped. The seal on it, this seal was extremely powerful. Even he couldn't break it. His expression was slightly restrained as he looked over. At first glance, this small black pyramid didn't seem to be anything special. However, when one got closer, they could feel the tyrannical aura of the seal. Not to mention the little girl in front of him, even in the entire Tianling dynasty, there was probably no one with such strength. Do you know who placed the seal on it? He looked at Chu Luiyue with an extremely solemn expression. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something. He nodded and then shook his head. I've only heard that person's voice, but I've never seen him. Was there something wrong with the seal? Shangguan Jing was silent for a moment. In fact, he could feel that there was an extremely familiar aura in the Black Pyramid, but because of the seal, he couldn't investigate it more clearly. He really had no idea why the other party would spend so much effort to set up this seal. This should be the reason why this girl was able to come in. The person who laid down this seal is extremely powerful. He spoke slowly. Chu Luiyue nodded in agreement. She was certain of this. However, to be able to make Taizu say this, the person should be even stronger than she had imagined. Shangguan Jing pushed his palm, and the Black Pyramid flew back to Chu Luiyue. She took a closer look and didn't see anything unusual. You're young, but you've had a lot of opportunities. Shangguan Jing sighed. Whether it was the mysterious and powerful items she had on her or the unfathomable powerhouse she had met, other people might not have luck in their entire lives, but she was only in her teens, and she had all of them. You must keep this thing well, Shangguan Jing suddenly said seriously. Chu Luiyue nodded in confusion. Since you can come in here, you and I are somewhat fated. Originally, I planned to leave this Long Yuan sword to them. But now, it seems that it's better to give it to you. The Tianling royal family is already in such a mess. With this Long Yuan sword, it might even increase their arrogance. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. Senior, you mean? But this Long Yuan sword the Long Yuan sword should be passed down to someone with the Tianling royal family's bloodline. Now that she was just an outsider, Taizu actually planned to do this. Shangguan Jing suddenly gave a sly smile. Lass, you clearly guessed my identity long ago. Why are you pretending not to know? This Long Yuan sword is mine to begin with. I can give it to whoever I want. He crossed his arms and looked at Chu Luiyue. Also, for some reason, when I saw you, I felt very close to you. Perhaps, this is fate. If he didn't really like this lass, he wouldn't have said so much to her here. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a while. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want the Long Yuan sword. But what identity should she accept it with now? As if seeing Chu Luiyue's dilemma, Shangguan Jing waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to worry about anything else. Because, the Long Yuan sword also chose you. Chu Luiyue looked up in shock. What? Shangguan Jing smiled and shook his head. Otherwise, why do you think the last Tianlei of the Long Yuan sword hasn't fallen yet? It's waiting for me. Chu Luiyue seemed to have boiling magma rolling between her chest and abdomen, causing her entire body to tremble slightly. She suddenly knelt down on both knees and bowed sincerely and respectfully. Junior. Chu Luiyue kneels and thanks. Taizu. Her head rested on the gorgeous, ice-cold jade-paved floor. A teardrop fell silently. Boom. A loud crash could be heard. The people who were waiting outside the sinkhole all looked up at the same time. The scorching sun in the sky suddenly fell and rushed toward the Long Yuan sword. The last bolt of heavenly thunder arrived. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 525. The scorching sun, wrapped in intense and dazzling light and heat, streaked across the sky. Finally, it landed on the long yuan sword's hilt. Boom! Countless streams of light scattered, and the huge black sword was instantly enveloped by the dazzling light. The sky lost the sun and quickly darkened. The long yuan sword instantly became the brightest and most powerful existence in this world. A cluster of flames suddenly emerged from the cracked ground. The terrifying heat spread along the long yuan sword. Immediately after, more and more flames started to emerge from the ground. They burned fiercely. The surrounding temperature started to rise crazily. Quick! Let's go! Shou Ding panicked and hurriedly retreated. But just as he took 2 steps back, he felt a burning pain. He turned around to take a look, only to realize that flames had appeared behind him at some point in time. The clothes on his back immediately burned. The terrifying pain caused his facial features to distort. He hurriedly tore off his clothes. But there were already more than a dozen large blisters on his back. Although he couldn't see the situation on his body, the pain was real. He didn't care about anything else and started to quickly escape. Whoever wanted to continue waiting could do so themselves. Perhaps the long yuan sword wouldn't come, but death. He simply crushed the bronze pearl in his hand. The next moment, his figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Ning Jiaojiao and Yang Qin were stunned when they saw this scene. No one expected that the long yuan sword's last Tianlei, which they had waited so long for, would be so terrifying. The two of them also retreated without hesitation. But their gazes were still fixed on the long yuan sword. The two of them looked at each other and saw the surging murderous intent in each other's eyes. Ning Jiaojiao laughed. The sky of the Tianling God realm is going to change. Yang Qin, are you still not leaving? Yang Qin-er's face no longer had the previous gentleness and shyness. She responded with a smile, but this smile was very fierce, making people who looked at it feel a chill in their hearts. You haven't left, so how can I leave? The 81st Tianlei of the long yuan sword has already descended and is about to choose a new master. I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was young, and I'll enter the Purple Shao sword sect to cultivate in the future. On the other hand, you have nothing to do with swordsmanship. Do you think the long yuan sword will choose you? Ning Jiaojiao felt stifled in her heart. Before she came, she didn't expect the long yuan sword to awaken. But since he had caught up, how could he give up just like that? It was better to be safe than sorry. Yang Qin, you have nothing to be proud of. The long yuan sword was a divine weapon. If it only wanted to choose a sword practitioner as its new master, it would have chosen a long time ago. How could it be your turn? It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Just as she finished speaking, another ball of flame appeared under her feet. Ning Jiaojiao tiptoed and was about to fly up. However, in the next moment, she was shocked to discover that she was actually unable to soar into the sky. How could this be? As she fled in a hurry, she cried out in alarm. Yang Qin also realized that something was wrong, and her expression changed drastically. If they were unable to fly, they would sooner or later be burned to death in this sea of fire. The two of them didn't have time to argue and began to dodge each other's attacks. However, more and more flames emerged from the ground, and there was no way to avoid them. Yang Qin suddenly threw her sword out and leaped into the air. In this way, he finally dodged the endless flames. Ning Jiaojiao secretly gritted her teeth. She waved her sleeves, and a green barrier instantly appeared in front of her. It enveloped her. Who wasn't prepared? The two of them were locked in a fierce fight, but on the other side, Chang Wanzhou didn't do anything. He only retreated a distance, but he was still looking in the direction of the crater. Moreover, he didn't have any defenses around him. Balls of flames began to burn around him. However, he looked as if nothing had happened. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't do anything. He was using the cold evil energy in his body to block the corrosion of the flames. Only by looking closely would one be able to see that his skin was covered with a layer of frost that quickly melted away. This cycle repeated itself. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous exchange of these two extreme powers, but this was nothing to Chang Wanzhou. The cold evil energy in his body had accumulated for many years, and he was already used to it. Now that he could use the power of the flames to gradually melt the cold evil energy in his body, he felt that it was a good thing. In addition, Chu Luiyue had already used pills to help him recuperate his body. His tolerance for the flames far exceeded that of ordinary people. There's something wrong with that Chang Wanzhou. Ning Zhaozhao noticed the situation at Chang Wanzhou's side and muttered softly. Compared to her and Yang Qin's sorry state, Chang Wanzhou looked more at ease. She thought of something and gave Yang Qin a look. Yang Qin instantly understood what she meant. She originally didn't want to work with Ning Zhaozhao, but when she saw Chang Wanzhou's calm and composed appearance, her heart wavered. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded slightly. The two of them came to a consensus. After a short pause, the two of them rushed toward Chang Wanzhou from different directions. Chang Wanzhou was focused on waiting for Chu Luiyue to come out. He had already vaguely sensed her aura. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger approaching. He suddenly looked up and saw the two of them rushing toward him. Ning Zhaozhao and Yang Qin didn't expect Chang Wanzhou to be so sharp. They were both shocked for a moment. However, they didn't know that Chang Wanzhou grew up in Nanjiang and was already as vigilant as a wild beast. Therefore, just as they were about to make a move, they were caught red-handed by him. The three of them were silent for a moment. Ning Zhaozhao revealed a fake smile. "We want to talk to you about something," Chang Wanzhou spoke first. "You want to join forces to deal with me?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. Ning Zhaozhao's expression froze. In the next moment, Yang Qin had already made the first move. A poisonous dart flew out instantly. Chang Wanzhou raised his hand, and a force quickly transformed into a long sword. Ding! The poisonous dart hit the blade. It actually rebounded instantly. It fell into a ball of fire at the side. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous dart melted. Yang Qin's hand trembled slightly. Chang Wanzhou's attack was steady, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than hers. On the other side, Ning Zhaozhao threw out a Xian formation crystal. A huge Xian formation immediately appeared above Chang Wanzhou's head. It completely trapped him. Ning Zhaozhao was only a level 4 Xian master. In order to win the Wanjing competition this time, she had made sufficient preparations. This Xian formation crystal was engraved with a level 6 Xian formation. Even an intermediate stage 6 warrior might not be able to escape from it, let alone Chang Wanzhou, who had just broken through to stage 6 warrior. Chang Wanzhou looked up at the Xian formation. The light reflected in his eyes was as dazzling as the stars. His sharp chin was clenched, and his fair, almost transparent face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. Just as Ning Zhaozhao and Yang Qin thought they were going to win, the long yuan sword suddenly let out an earth-shattering sword cry. Boz! Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 526. Ning Zhaozhao and Yang Qianqian hurriedly turned back to look. The long yuan sword is going to recognize its master. On the vast land, there was an endless sea of fire. A huge black sword stood in the middle. Accompanied by this shocking sword hum, a pressure that seemed to have come from ancient times surged out wildly and spread across the world in a mighty manner. Crack! A deep crack suddenly appeared on the ground. It was like a bottomless ravine. The Long Yuan sword was about to be born. The Long Yuan sword has chosen its master. Young Qin looked at this scene in a daze and suddenly realized something. If not, the Long Yuan sword wouldn't have made such a move. Ning Jiaojiao was also taken aback by his words. After a short moment of daze, her heart sank fiercely. How is this possible? No one here has been chosen. There were only the three of them here. Chang Wanzhou was trapped under her Xian formation, and she and Yang Qin stayed by each side. No one had become the new master of the Long Yuan sword. Unless there was someone else here. At this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly appeared from the bottom of the Long Yuan sword. A figure could be vaguely seen in it. Yang Qin and Ning Jiaojiao were once again pushed back by that terrifying aura. However, the two of them didn't have time to care about anything else and immediately looked up. However, that light was too blinding, and they couldn't see who it was at all. In the blur, they could only see that the person flew to the top of the Long Yuan sword. Then, that person held the sword with both hands. Boom! The ground started to shake violently. With the Long Yuan sword as the center, countless deep ravines spread out. Who is that? Who is that? Ning Jiaojiao was filled with hatred, and she almost broke her teeth from clenching them. They had been fighting here and there, but she didn't expect that someone had already beaten them to it. Her painstaking efforts were all in vain. Yang Qin was originally filled with hatred, but when she heard Ning Jiaojiao's vicious curses, she suddenly said, "No matter who that person is, we have to stop him." Ning Jiaojiao frowned. Are you crazy? The Long Yuan sword has already recognized its master. Whatever we do now is useless. How can we stop it? With their current strength, they probably couldn't even get close to the Long Yuan sword. Yang Qin sneered. Looks like you really don't know anything about sword Dao. The Long Yuan sword was a divine weapon. Even if it chose to recognize a master, it would still take some time. During this process, the person chosen by it must be fully focused. Once disturbed. You mean, since we've already joined forces, we might as well solve this problem as well. Even if we can't get the Long Yuan sword, no one else can. Yang Qin's words moved Ning Jiaojiao. She only thought for a moment and immediately agreed. All right. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and rushed towards the figure in the air. But just as the two of them moved, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly came from the side. The two of them subconsciously turned to look, only to see that Chang Wanzhou had already torn apart the Xian formation. It flew towards the two of them. How did he do it? Ning Jiaojiao cried out in shock. That was a level 6 Xian formation. Chang Wanzhou actually cracked it so quickly. It was a pity that the two of them were so focused on the Long Yuan sword that they didn't even know how Chang Wanzhou won. Yang Qin immediately said. You go and stop him. Ning Jiaojiao immediately retorted. Why should it be me? Who knew if Yang Qin would take the opportunity to attack the Long Yuan sword? As if seeing through her thoughts, Yang Qin sneered. Do you think it's so easy for the Long Yuan sword to recognize a new master? Stop dreaming. If you want to go over there, we can exchange. Ning Jiaojiao choked and quickly glanced at the Long Yuan sword. She was a little scared. I'll go, she said angrily and rushed towards Chang Wanzhou. Yang Qin flew up on the sword. The closer she got, the stronger the Long Yuan sword's aura. Helplessly, she could only stop. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see the figure in the ball of light. She took a deep breath and clasped her hands together. A burly figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a man whose entire body was bronze in color. Whether it was his appearance or his figure, he was no different from a normal man. Only his eye sockets were empty and black. Also, he didn't have the aura of a living person. This was Yang Qin-er's trump card, a puppet that she had refined with a special secret technique. She stared at the puppet's empty eye sockets and enunciated each word as if she was trying to bewitch it. Go and kill that person. As his voice fell, 2 balls of dark green flames suddenly burned in the puppet's eye sockets. He nodded stiffly. His voice was hoarse and rough, like metal grinding against each other. Yes, master. Swoosh. His figure moved, and in an instant, he was like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for that dazzling ball of light. Yang Qin-er narrowed her eyes, and a determined sneer flashed across her lips. She had obtained this puppet with much difficulty. Originally, she had thought that she wouldn't use it unless she had no other choice. She didn't expect that the Wanjing competition would force her to this extent. However, on second thought, this was for the Long Yuan sword, so there was nothing to hesitate about. She didn't want to lose the competition and have the Long Yuan sword snatched away by someone else. Chu Luiyue gripped the hilt of the Long Yuan sword tightly with both hands. Her palms were boiling hot. Sensing the movement beside her, she glanced from the corner of her eye and saw the figure rushing towards her. She focused her gaze and frowned slightly. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. It's actually a puppet. The method to refine this puppet was extremely cruel and insidious. It required a cultivator to extract all their internal organs while they were still alive. Then, it would be infused with a specially made secret medicine and a special seal. It would take a full 100 days to refine. During this process, the cultivator's consciousness had to be maintained. After days and nights of pain and suffering, their soul would be destroyed the moment they completed the refinement, and they would die completely. As this secret technique was too cruel and ruthless, it had always been banned in the entire mainland. She didn't expect to see it here. Chu Luiyue turned her gaze and saw Yang Qin-er staring at her. She instantly understood. She didn't expect this to be her. This Yang Qin-er's background was probably not that simple. Just as the puppet was about to rush over, a huge black phantom suddenly appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. It was the legendary three-eyed eagle. It spread its wings and almost covered the sky. The next moment, it swooped down towards the puppet. The smile on Yang Qin-er's face froze. That's the legendary divine beast, the legendary three-eyed eagle. Who exactly is the person in the ball of light? How did he contract with such a divine beast? Ah! A mournful scream suddenly rang out. She immediately turned around and saw Ning Jiaojiao being defeated, and her body was already covered in blood. Chang Wanzhou's expression was cold as he slashed down with his sword. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 527. Ning Jiaojiao's figure instantly disappeared. At this point, she was also officially eliminated. Chang Wanzhou's expression was cold as he quickly looked up. Chu Luiyue was in that ball of light. He tipped his toes and immediately flew toward Yang Qin-er. Yang Qin-er's heart sank. She was only at the peak of stage 5. She was no match for Chang Wanzhou. Wait. She hurriedly spoke. Chang Wanzhou went around her and stood in front of her, looking at her expressionlessly. Yang Qin-er felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly said, "We can work together first." Chang Wanzhou frowned. Yang Qin explained, "The Long Yuan sword has already chosen its owner. It didn't choose either of us. Why don't we work together first and stop that person?" As she spoke, she pointed in the direction of Chu Luiyue. Chang Wanzhou's expression became even stranger. This young Qin, does she think that I'll work with her to attack Chu Luyue? Young Qin saw his reaction and thought that he was tempted. She hurriedly continued to persuade him. Don't worry. We don't have to take the risk. The puppet I send out will deal with that person. Chang Wanzhou turned around to take a look. The puppet was fighting with the legendary three-eyed eagle. Young Qin suddenly felt a little guilty. That divine beast is just an illusion. It's easy to deal with. Suddenly, her gaze shifted. Right. Why don't we go up together? We don't have to win. As long as we interfere with that person, the Long Yuan sword won't be able to recognize its owner. And that person will also suffer a backlash. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. While she was talking excitedly on her own, Chang Wanzhou's gaze had already frozen bit by bit. The next moment, his aura skyrocketed. Young Qin thought that he was going to agree to help. Just as she smiled, she saw Chang Wanzhou rushing toward her. The smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she retreated in panic. What are you doing? I said we'll deal with that person together. You're crazy. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips tightly and quickly appeared in front of her. He raised the long sword in his hand. He slashed it down. Xuanji Square. This was the 6th day of the Wanjing competition. Most people were eliminated on the first day. The later it went on, the fewer people were eliminated every day. However, this did not make them impatient. Instead, it made them even more excited. Many things had happened in Xiling City in the past few days. Everyone was still talking about them happily. The biggest topic of discussion was, what rank would Chu Luyue get? As the person with the lowest cultivation level among the hundreds of competitors, Chu Luyue naturally became the focus of everyone's discussion. The longer she was Wanzhou, the higher the crowd was Wanzhou. Even in some of the more remote corners of the square, there were already gambling houses. Wanzhou is 2 Wanzhous. It's now. Wanzhou. The competition is about to end. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Eyes of the thought of Wanzhou. This is the last of my money. Hey, what are you thinking about? Can't you just bet on one? There are only 6 people left. Isn't that easy to guess? Then I'll bet on Chu Luyue to be 6th. Are you sure? Young Master Jian from Dragon Teeth Mountain bet half of his fortune on Chu Luyue to be 1st. Are you sure you want to pick 6th? I'm not stupid. How can Chu Luyue be 1st? Jian Fengqi, to put it nicely, is spending a lot of money to win a beauty smile. To put it bluntly, he's a fool with a lot of money. How can we compare to him? She'll be 6th. She'll be the next one to be eliminated. Place your bets. You can't go back on your words. Yuan Jinghong and Jian Fengqi happened to walk past. Jian Fengqi suddenly stopped when he heard his name. He rubbed his chin and smiled. So that's what everyone is saying about me now. He took the time to come to Xuanji Square today to see how the competition was going. After all, he had bet a lot of money on Chu Luyue. He didn't expect to hear these words as soon as he arrived. Yuan Jinghong coughed. You're not angry, are you? Actually, they're just saying. Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy that someone is giving me money. Yuan Jinghong said in surprise. Are you serious? You still want to gamble? Jian Fengqi looked at him lovingly. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. Of course, you might not understand this, but don't worry, I won't look down on you because of this. Yuan Jinghong's mouth twitched. This guy is asking for a beating. Whatever. I do want to see how much money Jian Fengqi has left to squander. Jian Fengqi walked over with a smile. Smack. A ring of cosmos appeared on the gambling table. Everyone was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the owner of the ring. It was Jian Fengqi. The person who spoke ill of him lowered his head in panic. Jian Fengqi didn't take it seriously at all. He said with a smile, "There are 5,000 white crystal coins in here. I bet that Chu Luyue will win." Everyone was still silent, but the way they looked at the ring of cosmos changed. 5,000 white crystal coins. Wasn't this the same as giving them money for free? Jian Fengqi had already bet so much in all the major casinos in West Hill. They didn't expect him to patronize a small gambling house like theirs. Young Master Jian, are you sure?" Jian Fengqi glanced at the person who spoke earlier and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't care about this little money. It's just, for fun." The man's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Everyone looked at each other. Young Master Jian is indeed generous. Jian Fengqi took out his bone fan and took 2 steps back. Someone has been eliminated. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the side. The bustling square suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 8 teleportation arrays. Ripples were surging. This was a sign that someone was about to come out. A moment later, a figure rushed out. She fell heavily to the ground. It's a woman. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Chu Luyue? The crowd began to stir, and many people couldn't wait to see. The woman was lying on the ground, covered in blood and with many burn marks on her body. She looked very miserable. Obviously, her experience in the Tianling God realm was also somewhat miserable. As if she heard the commotion around her, the woman moved and raised her head. A bloody face appeared in front of everyone. It's Ning Jiao. Xianfeng Hall's Ning Jiao. Someone reacted and shouted, pointing at the black jade board. The name that disappeared is Ning Jiao. The surroundings fell into a strange silence. Ning Jiao was the only daughter of the Xianfeng Hall master. How could she be eliminated so easily? Where's Chu Luyue? Jian Fengqi tapped his bone fan lightly in his hand and looked back. Many people, including the man who had criticized him, turned pale. It seemed that many people had bet on Chu Luyue being the 6th. He comforted them very sincerely. Don't be nervous. The good show is yet to come. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 528. Ning Jiao looked around in a daze before realizing what had happened. She was forced to leave the Tianling God realm. She was eliminated. Countless pairs of eyes with different expressions landed on her body, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. She still failed. Whether it was the Long Yuan sword or the Wanjing competition, she didn't get anything other than injuries. She clenched her fists and smashed them on the ground. But as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain. She didn't know when, but the back of her hand had also been burned with a few huge blisters. After tossing around like this, it was incomparably painful. Ning Jiao's face was contorted from the pain. I didn't expect Ning Jiao to be 6th. I thought it would definitely be Chu Luyue. Even if it wasn't Chu Luyue, it should be someone else. Ning Jiao is considered the one with the best status among these people, right? Even if you think with your toes, you know that her father must have helped her prepare a lot. I really don't know what's going on inside. Chaotic discussions entered her ears. Ning Jiao suddenly froze. What are these people talking about? Shouldn't Chu Luyue have been eliminated long ago? She looked at the black jade board floating in mid-air almost instinctively. Most of the names on the jadestone board had disappeared. The remaining 5 names were especially clear. She saw one of the names at first glance, Chu Luiyue. Her name was on the list. I haven't been eliminated yet. Ning Jiao's mind was completely blank. How could this be? Chu Luiyue had already been swallowed by the golden flames in the crater. She should have already left the Tianling God realm at that time. What's going on now? Her face was as pale as a ghost. She reached out with difficulty and pointed at Chu Luiyue's name, her voice trembling. Chu Luiyue is still there. The 8 elders standing beside the teleportation portal looked at each other. Actually, they were also very confused about this matter. But this was the truth. Elder Duanmu Chun nodded, confirming her conjecture. That's right. You're 6th. The remaining 5 people haven't come out yet. A scene suddenly appeared in Ning Jiao's mind. When the Long Yuan sword recognized its master, a ball of light rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole. Within it, there was indeed a figure. Could it be that was Chu Luiyue? No. No. Even if that person was Chu Luiyue, there were only 4 of them. How could there be 6 of them? She once again looked at the 5 names on the jade board seriously and urgently. Other than Chu Luiyue, Yang Qin, and Chang Wanzhou, there were 2 other people whom she had never seen before. What? What the hell is going on? Ning Jiao's heart was in a mess. Countless conjectures collided in her mind, causing her head to hurt. She hugged her head in pain and screamed in despair. Ah! Everyone was shocked by her reaction. However, Ning Jiao's eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Elder Duanmu Chun immediately replied. Hurry up and take her away for treatment. Yes. The black cavalry around the square immediately went forward and carried Ning Jiao away. However, Ning Jiao's crazed appearance just now still made them feel a lingering fear. The few elders looked at each other with some worry in their hearts. It was obvious that she had encountered some kind of stimulation in the Tianling God realm. It was a pity that they were only in charge of guarding and operating this teleportation formation and had no way of knowing what was going on inside. Elder Duanmu Chun frowned and sighed. He had long said that the Tianling God realm could not be opened casually, and these people who did not have the Tianling royal bloodline could not be allowed in. Now, something had indeed happened. However, it was already too late to stop it now. The only thing they could do was pray that the situation would not become worse. Yuan Jinghong looked at the names on the jade board and clicked his tongue. At first, he thought that Jian Fengqi was crazy to bet on Chu Luiyue, but now it seemed that it was not completely hopeless. If this really happened, Jian Fengqi would simply become rich overnight. Should he also bet a little more? Where did you find such a powerful ass? He went to Jian Fengqi and asked in a low voice. Jian Fengqi glanced at him condescendingly. Yuan Jinghong immediately shut his mouth and silently walked to the gambling table at the side. I'll add 1,000 white crystals. Tianling God Realm. Yang Qin flew on her sword and narrowly avoided Chang Wanzhou's attack. However, the sharp wind from the blade still left a wound on her shoulder. She quickly glanced at the wound on her shoulder. Blood was flowing out, and her entire arm was quickly dyed red. If that attack had been a little more direct, it would have been her head that was chopped off. Yang Qin was terrified, and a deep sense of fear finally welled up in her heart. She was no match for Chang Wanzhou at all. If this continued, Chang Wanzhou would be able to force her out of the Tianling God realm in a few moves. She hurriedly looked up. Her puppet was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the phantom of the divine beast. Right at this moment, the Long Yuan sword's aura suddenly surged again. Countless ravines crisscrossed on the ground. Lightning flashed on the gigantic black sword. The wind howled. The sky had completely darkened, and only the long yuan sword shone brilliantly. Buzz! Buzz! The sword's cry shook heaven and earth. Chu Luiyue gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and his heart pounded. All the power in his life surged out at this moment. The vast land filled with endless sea of fire seemed to be lifted at this moment. The long yuan sword that had been buried deep underground for 1,000 years finally moved. Chu Luiyue's face flushed red, and his eyes burned with a crazy fighting spirit. The next moment, the long yuan sword rose. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 529. In an instant, all the light in the world seemed to be swallowed by the long yuan sword. Before Yang Qin could see the figure clearly, she felt a terrifying wave of energy coming toward her. She hurriedly summoned the puppet, wanting to use it to block it. However, at that moment, the legendary three-eyed eagle's third eye suddenly opened. The bronze-colored puppet immediately burst apart. Yang Qin widened her eyes. That puppet was her most important trump card. However, it had been destroyed so easily. Chang Wanzhou took the opportunity to attack. The blade glinted coldly. Yang Qin felt a chill down her spine. She slowly lowered her head and saw the sharp tip of the blade coming out of her chest. Indignation, anger, fear, she panicked. Just as she was about to speak, that wave of energy had already hit her body. Poof! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her organs felt like they were about to be crushed. Then, her figure finally disappeared from the spot. Chang Wanzhou looked up. Chu Luiyue stood in the air. The long yuan sword was in her hands, officially awakened. The light was dazzling, and sparks were flying everywhere. He almost couldn't see the situation in the ball of light, but he could accurately feel that Chu Luiyue's aura was soaring. In the next moment, Chu Luiyue finally raised the long yuan sword high up. Boom! The ground completely collapsed. The endless sea of fire started to collapse. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to have lost control in an instant. It became extremely chaotic and rushed toward the long yuan sword. In this terrifying storm, Chang Wanzhou looked as far as he could. In mid-air, Chu Luiyue raised the sword with both hands. Against the backdrop of the huge sword, her figure appeared even more exquisite and petite. However, it wasn't small at all. The long yuan sword was indeed powerful, but it had already become her sword. An extremely ferocious aura surged toward him. Chang Wanzhou slightly staggered his feet, his muscles tensed, and the force in his body surged rapidly. However, just as the aura was about to sweep over, it suddenly stopped in front of him. Everything around him was being destroyed, except for him. Chang Wanzhou looked at the figure above, a faint light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure finally disappeared on the spot. Now, you are the only one left in the Tianling God realm. Taizu's voice entered his ears. The Dragon Abyss sword can now officially recognize its master. Chu Luiyue slowly tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He looked into the distance and nodded slightly. In the next moment, she raised the long yuan sword above her head. Countless amounts of energy poured into it, even forming a huge energy storm at the top. Chu Luiyue's force was being consumed at a crazy rate. The water droplet spun rapidly, and the energy within it flowed endlessly into her limbs and bones. Bang! A subtle sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Chu Luiyue actually broke through to become a stage 4 warrior at this time. The fourth pattern slowly appeared on the water droplet. Chu Luiyue went all out. Sword fall. An invisible force surged out from the long yuan sword and silently rushed forward. In the distant horizon, the bright moon hanging in the black night sky suddenly fell. Suddenly, the endless water below began to ripple. Instantly, it was like the moon splashing into the galaxy. Thousands of brilliant rays of light bloomed at the same time. Chu Luiyue watched everything unfold before her without blinking. Taizu's words were still ringing in her ears. If a stage 9 warrior can summon the heavenly Tao and successfully break through, they can create a small kiliocosm of their own. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed back then. At the last step, all my efforts were in vain. Although the heavenly Tao still remained here, it collapsed and scattered, causing this incomplete small kiliocosm to be split into two. Half of this world is water, and the other half is fire. Half is extreme cold, and the other half is extreme heat. And as time passed, the environment of these two halves became more and more extreme, finally forming the current state. In order to balance the power in this small kiliocosm, I also forcefully split the Long Yuan sword's soul into two parts and suppressed each side. Of course, my remaining consciousness was also split into two halves. No matter which side you go to, the Long Yuan sword you obtain will be incomplete. Only by completely merging this small kiliocosm can you obtain the complete Long Yuan sword. Boom! 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 That invisible sword aura directly passed through the dividing line in the middle. That was where Chu Luiyue and the rest were when they first arrived in the Tianling God realm. A huge black gap appeared in midair. Then, the golden flame started to burn in that direction, and the bright water also started to spread over here. The two halves of the world that were separated finally started to merge. Chu Luiyue was elated and couldn't help but ask. Taizu, is this going to work? An illusory figure suddenly appeared beside her. You did very well. Shengguan Jing stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the scene before him with a complicated expression. Although he had already expected Chu Luiyue to succeed, he didn't expect it to be so smooth. This lass, you have the power of the heavenly Tao in your body, and you can deal with the scattered heavenly Tao in this small kiliocosm. As long as the Long Yuan sword is completely awakened and absorbs all the heavenly Tao's power, you can truly become its new master. As he spoke, Shengguan Jing let out a long sigh. Everything is destined. In this world, there's no one more suitable than you. All of this sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. Just being a cultivator with the power of the heavenly Tao was extremely rare. Secondly, one had to have the bloodline of the Tianling royal family. Only then could one successfully open that door. Yet, Chu Luiyue fulfilled both of these strict conditions. Although he still had some doubts about the black pyramid in her body, Chu Luiyue's current performance was enough to explain everything. There was indeed no one more suitable than her for the Long Yuan sword's new master. Chu Luiyue didn't expect him to suddenly appear and was a little surprised. However, she quickly realized that Taizu's figure was actually gradually fading. Her heart sank. Taizu, what are you? Shengguan Jing smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. I've told you before that I'm just a remnant consciousness stored in this Long Yuan sword. Now that the Long Yuan sword has awakened and the small kiliocosm has been reconstructed, there's naturally no need for me to continue existing. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something. Is there no other way? I've admired you for a long time. You. Shengguan Jing looked at her anxious and nervous appearance and suddenly felt his heart soften. I really like you very much. How good would it be if you were a descendant of the Tianling Shengguan family? Chu Luiyue felt like something was stuck in her throat. Shengguan Jing paused for a moment and said, I have a request, but I don't know if you can agree to it. In that black pyramid of yours, perhaps, there are secrets related to the Shengguan family hidden. I wonder if you can help protect it. Chu Luiyue felt a lump in her throat. All right. I will do my best. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 530. Swoosh. A sword came from the horizon. A completely silver-white dragon abyss sword flew over from afar. It was the other half of the long yuan sword. It flew over at an extremely fast speed and then merged with the huge black sword in Chu Liuyue's hand. In the middle of the dark and restrained sword body, a dazzling silver light slowly appeared. The aura of the long yuan sword also gradually became stronger. Chu Liyue was shocked. Previously, she thought that the long yuan sword was already strong enough. She did not expect that it was only half of its power. Now that the two long yuan swords had officially merged, the power was astonishing. A subtle connection gradually formed in her heart. It was the long yuan sword. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. And the long yuan sword in her hand also started to become lighter and lighter. Until a certain moment, the two swords finally completely merged into one. The sword body shone brightly. In the next moment, on the long yuan sword, one side burned with flames and the other side flowed. Chu Liyue released her hands. The long yuan sword quietly floated in front of her. Between heaven and earth, one person and one sword. They stood opposite each other. Chu Liyue shouted, "Long yuan sword, condense." In a moment, the huge sword body dissipated. A normal-sized heavy sword appeared in front of her. Chu Liyue held the sword in her hand again with reverence. This sword was completely black, simple and grand. Only in the middle, there was an extremely thin silver groove. At this moment, the long yuan sword had already recognized its owner. It was also very easy for her to use. She did not need to use all her strength to forcefully wield it like before. She held the sword hilt and casually waved it. A black spatial crack appeared silently. It was actually so sharp. Chu Liyue's eyes instantly lit up. The long yuan sword was indeed a divine weapon. The sharpness of this heavy sword was really the most she had ever seen. She saw Taizu from the corner of her eye and could not help but excitedly say, "Taizu, how did you forge this long yuan sword back then? It's really extremely powerful." Suddenly, her voice paused and she slowly turned her head. Taizu was also looking at her with a face of confusion. The two of them looked at each other and fell into silence. After a while, Chu Liyue asked tentatively, "Why are you here?" "That." "Taizu, you're still here." Shengguan Jing looked at his illusion. After the long yuan sword officially recognized him as its master, his figure had indeed become much more illusory. At that time, he thought that he would immediately disappear from this world. In fact, this should be the case. The reason why he could be stored in the Dragon Abyss sword was because the Dragon Abyss sword originally belonged to him. However, after the long yuan sword chose a new owner, logically speaking, he should not be able to continue existing. But now, not only was he fine, he even seemed to have become more solid. In the awkward silence, Shengguan Jing coughed and finally opened his mouth slowly. It seems to be a little different from what I expected. It seems that after 1,000 years, some things have changed." Chu Liyue was speechless. Suddenly, he felt that his emotions just now were a waste. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Taizu was still around, so she was naturally pleasantly surprised and happy. Although it was only a remnant consciousness, it was still very precious to her. "Taizu, then you will still be stored in the long yuan sword in the future, right?" Chu Liyue could not help but ask. Shengguan Jing's mood immediately improved when he saw her expectant look. This girl was very much to his liking. This was also very good. Ha ha ha. Not bad. When Chu Liyue heard the affirmative answer, the corners of her mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. Now, she really wanted to thank Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing. If not for them holding this Wanjing competition for no reason, how would she have the chance to meet Taizu? Take out the Long Yuan sword. She looked around. The heavenly Tao power in this small kiliacosm had already been absorbed into the Long Yuan sword. And now, the Long Yuan sword was already in her hands. This place could no longer be considered a divine realm. Taizu, shall we go? Chu Luiyue asked. Shengguan Jing nodded and sighed softly. Although these two halves have already fused, without the power of the heavenly Tao, it will only be a ruin from now on. Chu Luiyue asked hesitantly, if we leave now, won't you regret it? Shengguan Jing shook his head. It was my mistake that caused this place to exist. After 1,000 years, I've let go of all my unwillingness. He was a little emotional, but he was not sad. The Long Yuan sword has already recognized you as its new master. Being able to reappear in the world can be considered as making up for the last regret in my heart. Chu Luiyue nodded. At the same time, she was very moved. Everything here actually represented the glory and loss that the great ancestor once had. Now that he could let it go so easily, not everyone had such a state of mind. As expected of the existence who single-handedly created the entire Tianling dynasty. Just as Chu Luiyue was about to leave, a wave of fluctuations suddenly came from afar. Something was flying towards them. Chu Luiyue looked over and was slightly stunned. What is that? Her voice stopped abruptly, and a trace of shock gradually climbed to the corners of her eyes. That seems to be, half a corpse. And it looks very familiar. Chu Luiyue pointed at the lustrous corpse that was flying towards her, her fingers trembling slightly. Taizu, that's the remaining half of the great phoenix dragon's corpse. Shengguan Jing blinked. It seems to be. It should be because you put away the Long Yuan sword. It lost its suppression and sensed the aura of the other half of the corpse, so it came over by itself. The corner of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched slightly. It seems to be. What do you mean it seems to be? The first half was placed in her heavenly square cauldron. There was no doubt about it. Also, what was the meaning of coming over by itself? Chu Luiyue tried to make her voice sound calmer. You didn't tell me before that the remaining half of the corpse was over there, Didn't I tell you? Taizu asked and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Looks like I'm really old. Chu Luiyue, after all, he was her ancestor. What else could she say? Chu Luiyue threw out the heavenly square cauldron in resignation. Shengguan Jing glanced at her expression and felt a little guilty. He chuckled. Well, since we're leaving, you can take away everything in the hall. He was referring to the shocking number of treasures. Without waiting for Chu Luiyue to say anything, he waved his sleeve, and a huge crack appeared in the sinkhole. Then, countless treasures surged up. Girl, quick! The hilt of the Long Yuan sword is a storage space, and it can store all of these. Shengguan Jing urged. Chu Luiyue. You even specially refined a Qinkuan sword hilt back then. Shengguan Jing nodded and urged her. Chu Luiyue had no choice but to obediently put those things into the hilt of the Long Yuan sword. At this moment, the remaining half of the corpse had already arrived in front of the heavenly square cauldron. Shengguan Jing suddenly said, Oh, right. Once the great phoenix dragon's corpse is gathered, the great phoenix dragon race will immediately sense it. You should know this, right? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 531. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. What? When Shengguan Jing saw her reaction, he immediately rubbed his nose guiltily. That is. The great phoenix dragon clan is an ancient divine beast. If they sense the aura of this corpse, they will chase after it no matter how far away they are. Chu Luiyue had an ominous premonition. They won't think that I did it, right? Of course. This great phoenix dragon has been dead for more than 1,000 years. They can find out about this. However, Shengguan Jing paused, and his voice was a little weak. However, it did die under the Long Yuan sword back then. Now, you are the owner of the Long Yuan sword. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched violently. In other words, this great phoenix dragon's corpse would most likely bring her great trouble. If it was ordinary trouble, it would be fine, but it was the great phoenix dragon clan. Once they came looking for her, wouldn't she have to take responsibility for this? At that time, she would only have a dead end. Without another word, Chu Luiyue immediately turned around and raised her hand to take back the heavenly square cauldron. She didn't want the remaining half, all right. However, at this moment, the half of the corpse in the heavenly square cauldron seemed to have sensed the aura of the other half and began to float outside. Chu Luiyue hurriedly suppressed it with the transparent karmic fire. Back then, I split the Long Yuan sword into two and it took me a lot of effort to separate and nail the corpse. But now that they are so close, it's actually all ready. It's useless. Shengguan Jing met Chu Luiyue's resentful eyes and tactfully retracted the remaining half of his sentence. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and simply put the corpse into the heavenly square cauldron. The two halves of the corpse were reconnected. The transparent karmic fire instantly covered it. Only then did the fluctuation calm down. The legendary three-eyed eagle also flew back. A voice sounded in Chu Luiyue's heart. The heavenly square cauldron is not an ordinary item. As long as there are no accidents, it can completely conceal the aura of the great phoenix dragon's corpse. Even if they sense the commotion just now, they might not be able to find you. Only then did Chu Luiyue calm down. Since it had already happened, he might as well accept it. Moreover, with this complete corpse, he might be able to help the legendary three-eyed eagle reconstruct its physical body. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and put away the heavenly square cauldron. She looked at Taizu faintly. Great ancestor, you haven't forgotten anything else, have you? Shengguan Jing had dominated the world all his life, and thousands of people bowed to him. He had never thought that he would be so embarrassed and guilty in front of a teenage girl. He coughed heavily. No more, no more. That's right, I'll help you store the things on the other side into the Long Yuan sword. These will all be yours in the future. You can spend it however you want. Is that okay? Chu Luiyue looked at Taizu's careful expression and finally couldn't help but laugh. Before this, she had never thought that Taizu, who only existed in legends and books, would actually be so clumsy and sincere to make her happy. Originally, she wasn't really angry in her heart. Now that she saw Taizu's reaction, her heart softened even more. Seeing Chu Luiyue smile, Shengguan Jing finally heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, this girl seemed to be born to suppress him. He liked her very much at first sight. When he saw that she was a little unhappy, he also felt sad. Now that he saw her eyebrows relax, he felt at ease. Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Taizu, I'll take this Long Yuan sword away. After I leave, what will your descendants do if they find out? If Shengguan knew about this, she would probably want to cut her into pieces. Now that her identity had yet to be revealed, it would be inappropriate for her to be exposed. Shengguan Jing thought for a moment and knew Chu Luiyue's concerns. He said, if you don't want anyone to know, you can leave a sword aura here. Although the heavenly Tao in this minor kiliacosm had already dissipated, it could still last for a few years. Ordinary people wouldn't notice this change. Chu Luiyue smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Thank you, Taizu. As she spoke, she willed, and two sword auras flew out. They flew in two directions. Soon, two gigantic dragon abyss swords appeared in the chaotic world. At a glance, there was really no difference from before. Only she and Taizu knew the secret of this minor kiliocosm. Even if Shang Wanwan and the others came in and saw this scene, they wouldn't have any doubts. Shang Wanjing looked at her in a daze. Chu Luiwe touched her face. Taizu, is there something wrong with me? Shang Wanjing came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. That smile just now, her eyes and brows did look a little familiar. Xuanji Square. After Ning Jiaojiao was eliminated, there were only 5 names left on the black jade board. It was already evening, but there were still many people waiting in the square. Ning Jiaojiao has already appeared today. There shouldn't be anyone else eliminated, right? Most likely. However, this competition is about to end. Let's wait a little longer. They had waited for a few days. How could they miss this last bit of time? Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the teleportation array. She fell to the ground in a sorry state. The crowd was in an uproar. Most people didn't have much hope and thought that someone might be eliminated tomorrow. They didn't expect someone to come out at this time. Look! Who is that? It's another woman. A woman. Is it Chu Luiwe? Many people rushed to look at the woman on the ground. Her situation was actually worse than Ning Jiaojiao's. Her body was covered in wounds, and there was a clear bloody hole on her back. It was obviously pierced through by a sword. She looked like she was on the verge of death, as if she would stop breathing at any time. At this moment, a name slowly disappeared from the black jade board. It's Yang Qin. That woman is Yang Qin. The others from Purple Shao Sword Sect have already been eliminated. Only this person from outside Heaven's canopy is left. I didn't expect her to make it to the 5th place. TSK, I wonder who was so ruthless. If the wound was a little more to the side, it would have been her heart. It's a competition after all, everyone was discussing. Elder Duanmu Chun went forward to check on Yang Qin. Seeing that she was indeed in a semi-conscious state, he sent people to carry her away. Yang Qin could hear the voices around her, but she couldn't open her eyes. Her throat was dry and painful, and she couldn't say a word. Long Yuan sword. That person, someone else is coming out. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. 2 figures were sent out one after the other. The entire square was in an uproar. 2 people were eliminated at once. Yuan Jinghong put down her arms in shock. Those 2 are both men. This meant that there were only 2 people left in the Tianling God realm. Chu Luiwe was one of them. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 532. She was only 1 step away from 1st place. Previously, he thought that Jian Fengqi was crazy to bet on Chu Luiwe. Who would have thought that the tables would turn in the blink of an eye? Amidst the commotion, only the group of people at the gambling table fell into dead silence. These people were eliminated one after another, and they didn't even have time to react. However, right after that, there was another fluctuation from the teleportation array. Everyone in the square quietened down instantly and looked over. The winner was about to be revealed. Under countless gazes, a figure broke out. It was a young man. The afterglow shone on his soft, short, golden hair, reflecting a faint glow. Compared to the previous few people, his condition was much better. Other than some scattered bloodstains on his clothes, he didn't seem to be injured. He stood there and surveyed his surroundings. His cold and fair face was filled with indifference. His name slowly disappeared from the black jade board. The huge square was dead silent. Chang Wanzhou. That's Chang Wanzhou. It was unknown who was the first to break the dead silence. Like a spark falling into a pot of oil, it instantly ignited a huge fire. The whole square was in an uproar. Chang Wanzhou is second. Chu Luiyue is the only one left in the Tianling God realm. She's first. She's actually first. How is this possible? Stage 3 warrior. Is she really just a stage 3 warrior? Faced with this sudden result, the crowd didn't have time to think about why these people were eliminated one after another at the last minute. There was only one thought left in their minds. As the lowest level participant among the participants, Chu Luiyue actually got first place in the Wanjing competition. Yuan Jinghong was dumbfounded as he stiffly turned to look at Jian Fengqi. That girl. She's really first. Jian Fengqi closed his fan and hit him with a look of disdain. Don't show such a useless expression. I won't be friends with such an ignorant person. Yuan Jinghong swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was the young master of the Yuan family and had seen the world. Under normal circumstances, he would have reacted this way. But, Chu Luiyue got first place. Jian Fengqi, do you know what this means? Yuan Jinghong was so agitated that he wanted to grab Jian Fengqi's shoulder. Jian Fengqi moved his feet and easily dodged it. Hey! Stay away from me. This was simply too embarrassing. He snorted softly, tidied up his sleeves, and smiled leisurely. Of course, I know what this means. Do you think I've wasted my money? Yuan Jinghong's eyes were dull for a moment. Previously, he only cared about how impressive it was for Chu Luiyue to come in first, so he actually forgot about this matter. After holding it in for a while, he finally spat out 2 words fiercely. I'm afraid that Jian Fengqi is really going to be rich this time. The odds of Chu Luiyue getting first place were so high. Plus, he bets so much money. Jian Fengqi glanced at him casually. Why are you so agitated? Didn't you bet with me too? Yuan Jinghong held his head in pain. I'm regretting that I only bet so little. You beast. Why didn't you persuade me to bet the money for my wife too? He felt like countless white crystal coins were flowing in front of his eyes, and he could only watch helplessly. Jian Fengqi sneered and ignored him. He turned to look at the stunned crowd in the casino. Because the shock was too great, they didn't seem to be able to react. Oh, not exactly. Those whose faces were pale and their bodies were trembling should have figured it out by now. Knock knock. Jian Fengqi knocked on the table. I'll be waiting for you at Chun Feng restaurant. Oh, by the way, don't forget to bring my money. After saying that, he glanced at the man who was talking about him behind his back. Sensing Jian Fengqi's gaze, the man's legs went soft and he collapsed to the ground. He had almost thrown all his money into the casino. This time, it could be said that he had lost everything. Jian Fengqi laughed. Tisk, when fortune comes, it's really hard to stop it. It seems that I won't lose more than half of my fortune, but will make a lot of money instead. How am I going to spend all this money? What a headache. The man's face turned red, but he couldn't say a word. Jian Fengqi turned to leave, but he stopped and said, Oh, by the way, I'm much richer than you think, so, that's not even half of my fortune. And, after this, it's even less. The man's eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Jian Fengqi sneered. You really can't take a beating. Everyone in the casino seemed to be mute, but their faces turned even uglier. Jian Fengqi's words were really asking for a beating, but with his status and strength, who would dare to provoke him? Not to mention now, they didn't even have the strength to feel sorry for their wallets. Jian Fengqi turned and walked towards the center of the square. He wasn't worried that these people would go back on their words. After so many years in West Hill, no one had ever dared to go back on their words in front of him. Yuan Jinghong saw this and quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Jian Fengqi didn't even turn his head. "That girl helped me win so much money, I have to go and thank her." He didn't care about the Wanjing competition at first, but now, it was a different story. Chu Liuyue's status had risen by at least 2 levels. Although Yuan Jinghong was still suffering from angina, she was also very curious about Chu Liuyue and immediately followed him. The two of them were in a relatively remote location, but after walking for a distance, they quickly had a clear view of the entire square. Jian Fengqi looked at the octagonal teleportation array and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't the only one. Every pair of eyes in the square was looking over there at this moment. The noise gradually died down. Everyone stopped talking at the same time and waited for Chu Liuyue to come out. Chang Wanzhou glanced at the 2 people lying on the ground not far away. They seemed to be seriously injured and had fainted. The black cavalry walked up and carried the 2 of them down. When Chang Wanzhou saw their faces, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. He hadn't seen these 2 people in the Tianling God realm before. They should be people who went to the other half of the space. According to what the surrounding people said just now, these 2 people came out not long before him. That was, when Chu Liuyue swung the long yuan sword. In that case, Chu Liuyue's move not only shook their world, but also, the other side. At this moment, a familiar wave came from the teleportation array. An exquisite and slender woman's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 533. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her black hair was tied up simply. There was a faint smile on her face without any makeup, and she was devastatingly beautiful. If it wasn't Chu Liuyue, who else could it be? The warm afterglow fell on her body, her face, and her eyes were bright and resplendent. For a moment, many people were stunned. Who would have thought that such a slender and weak-looking woman would actually win first place in the Wanjing competition? As soon as Chu Liuyue came out, she felt all kinds of gazes looking at her from all directions. She blinked her eyes and calmly glanced around. Only then did she realize what was going on. It seems like it's because I'm the last one to come out. But there doesn't seem to be such a big reaction, right? Chang Wanzhou walked over. When Chu Liuyue saw him, the corners of her lips curled up subconsciously. "You didn't, I was late." Chang Wanzhou spoke stiffly, but his expression was a little tense. Chu Liuyue was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. Is he blaming himself for finding her too late? "You're not late." Chu Liuyue shook her head firmly. The Tianling God realm was so big. Chang Wanzhou must have spent a lot of effort to find her. Moreover, although she had stayed in the crater for a long time, she actually knew that Chang Wanzhou had been waiting for her outside. Even until the end, he had been fighting for her. Chu Liuyue felt that Chang Wanzhou had done enough. She didn't expect him to think that he was too late. "Thank you, little Zhou." Chu Liuyue smiled at him and said softly. Chang Wanzhou suddenly trembled, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He looked at Chu Liuyue as if he wanted to see through her, but also as if he was looking at someone else through her. Chu Liuyue was a little surprised. "What's wrong? You don't like me calling you that?" Chang Wanzhou clenched his fists tightly. "That's what she calls me too." Chu Liuyue immediately guessed who he was talking about. There was only one person who could make him care so much. "If you really mind, I won't call you that in the future." After this incident, Chu Liuyue felt that his relationship with Chang Wanzhou had become closer, so he thought of calling him that. However, she was not in the mood to fight for anything. Especially with a person who might not even be alive. Chang Wanzhou didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he shook his head. It's fine. She won't mind. If she didn't mind, then he wouldn't mind either. Chu Luiyuan knew exactly what he was thinking. Okay, then I'll call you Xiao Zhou from now on. You can also call me by my name. Chang Wanzhou nodded hesitantly, but didn't say anything. Chu Luiyue did not force him. After a long time, this child would naturally come around. Chu Luiyue. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Chu Luiyue turned around. Elder Duanmu. Elder Duanmu Chun looked at her with a complicated expression. In the end, he gave her a thumbs up. Congratulations. You're much more powerful than we imagined. You deserve to be number one. Chu Luiyue also laughed. Elder Duanmu, you flatter me. Lu Yu was just a little lucky. Elder Duanmu Chun shook his head and stroked his beard. You don't have to be too humble. So many people have been defeated by you. That's enough to explain the problem. At first, they didn't dare to believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. This Chu Luiyue indeed had endless potential. Who knows what kind of underhanded methods she used. Elder Choshi, who was at the side, suddenly said in a strange tone. Chu Luiyue's smile didn't change. She pretended not to hear it. Anyway, the results were out. She was already the biggest winner. No matter what others said, it was useless. Why should she care? Elder Duanmu Chun looked at Elder Chushi disapprovingly. Even if he didn't like Chu Luiyue, he shouldn't have said that in front of so many people. It was really too petty. However, when he saw Chu Luiyue's nonchalant expression, Elder Chushi was even angrier. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Chu Luiyue, didn't you hear what I said? This voice attracted many people's attention. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Countless pairs of eyes moved back and forth between Chu Luiyue and Elder Chushi. Elder Chushi. Was he planning to find trouble with Chu Luiyue? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Elder Chushi, the competition is over. What do you want me to say? Elder Chushi frowned. Naturally, I want you to talk about how you got first place. You're the one with the lowest cultivation level among the contestants. If you didn't use any tricks, how could you win against so many people and become first place? Actually, this was what many people wanted to know. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. I don't understand what Elder Chushi is saying. I'm indeed the one with the lowest cultivation level here, but I'm not the weakest here. I believe you were already very clear about this during the qualifiers, weren't you? Elder Chushi's expression changed. Chu Luiyue had beaten Zhao Yunji until she couldn't retaliate. As a result, Zhao Yunji's injuries hadn't healed yet. The strength that Chu Luiyue displayed in this competition was indeed not weak. Moreover, I don't know why the others were eliminated before me. Don't tell me you want me to ask them one by one how they were inferior to me. That is really difficult for me. Chu Luiyue said with a troubled expression. This time, Elder Chushi wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you to explain your situation clearly. What does it have to do with others? Elder Chushi hurriedly reprimanded him. Chu Luiyue was clearly deliberately provoking a fight. There were still many contestants around, as well as the forces behind them. Wasn't Chu Luiyue making things difficult for him by saying this? Elder Chushi, I think you seem to have overlooked something. The place we're going to is the Tianling God Realm. That's the place where the Taizu of the Tianling dynasty passed away. It's sacred and honorable. Not to mention me, even the others wouldn't dare to use any dirty tricks there. Are you suspecting that there's a problem with the Tianling God realm or the Taizu? The corners of Chu Liuyue's lips curled up slightly as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. However, Elder Chushi's heart shook violently, and the wrinkles on his old face also trembled. He couldn't bear this accusation. You don't talk nonsense. When did I mean that? Chu Luyue looked at him with a half-smile. Only then did Elder Chushi realize that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After all, he did say that he suspected Chu Luyue just now. He originally just wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't expect Chu Luyue to be so sharp-tongued. At the side, Elder Duanmu Chun couldn't stand it anymore and finally spoke up. Chu Luyue, Elder Chushi didn't mean that. He's just shocked that you got first place. Don't take it to heart. With that, he took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice. I announce. The person who got first place in this Wanjing competition is Chu Luyue. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 534. His deep voice was full of vigor, and it instantly reverberated throughout the entire square. It landed clearly in everyone's ears. Chu Luyue smiled and didn't harp on Elder Chushi's mistake. She looked up at the black jade board floating in midair. There was only one name left on it. Chu Luyue. The competition has ended. Everyone can go back and rest today. Tomorrow morning, all the major sects in Xiling City will send people to wait for everyone in Xianli Garden. Those who haven't decided which sect to join can go back and think about it today. The corresponding rewards will also be given out tomorrow. Elder Duanmu Chun's words made many people react. That's right. There's such a thing. Before the competition started, it was said that those who participated in the Wanjing competition had the right to choose a sect. Now that the competition had ended, it was indeed their turn. The square quickly became noisy as people started to guess which sect these people would choose. Especially those with the best rankings, they would definitely be the targets of all the major sections. The few elders then kept the teleportation array. Chu Luyue took a look and retracted her gaze. The changes in the Tianling God realm obviously didn't attract their attention. Little Zhou, let's go too. Chu Luyue said and walked down the stage. Chang Wanzhou followed behind obediently. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why do the first and second place seem to have a good relationship? Previously, when Chu Luyue left with Chang Wanzhou, it didn't attract much attention. But now that everyone's attention was on them, it was very surprising. These two didn't seem to know each other before. Why are they suddenly so close? And it seems like Chang Wanzhou listens to Chu Luyue very much. Haha. Doesn't this mean that the two of them will choose the same sect? I wonder which sect is so lucky to get these two top geniuses at once. Hey, didn't you guys realize that the two of them seem to have broken through in the Tianling God realm? Seems like it's true. Chang Wanzhou was a rank 6 warrior. Chu Luyue also broke through to the 4th order. Everyone else who went in came out with serious injuries, but not only were these two not injured, they even made a breakthrough. Comparisons are odious. Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou heard the discussions around them clearly, but they didn't take it to heart. Chu Luyue felt a familiar gaze land on her, and she looked up. It was Jian Fengqi. Why was he here? Ever since Jian Fengqi sent her to Mu Mansion, it was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Chu Luyue didn't need to think to know what he was going to do. It was really strange that he would come here. Jian Fengqi waved the bone fan in his hand at Chu Luyue and smiled proudly. Chu Luyue thought for a moment, then walked towards him. Greetings, young Master Jian. Chu Luyue bowed politely. Jian Fengqi turned his wrist and waved the bone fan lightly, stopping Chu Luyue's movement. Now that Miss Chu has taken first place in the Wanjing competition, I should be the one bowing to Miss Chu. Yuan Jinghong secretly curled his lips when he heard this from behind. Miss Chu. He was so polite now, and there was no trace of the pride he had when he called her girl earlier. As long as he was in front of a girl, Jian Fengqi would always put on airs. Chu Luyue blinked. What do you mean, young Master Jian? Jian Fengqi's lips curled into a sinister smile. Shiling City opened a bet for this Wanjing competition, and I bet on you to be first. Chu Luyue immediately understood. No wonder Jian Fengqi was in such a good mood today and even came here specially. She must have helped him win a huge sum of money. Chu Luyue also smiled, her eyes curved. Young Master Jian is too polite. You even came here specially to support me. I've never valued money, and you've helped me a lot before, so I only want 1/10 of it. If you give me more, I won't take it. Jian Fengqi's smile froze on his face. What? Chu Luyue asked in confusion. Young Master Jian specially came here to tell me this good news, isn't it, to split the money with me? Jian Fengqi wanted to bite off his own tongue. This girl is doing it on purpose. She's clearly extorting me. Actually, Jian Fengqi couldn't continue halfway through his sentence. There were so many people around them watching. Although he liked money, he couldn't disregard his dignity as the young master of Dragon Teeth Mountain. Countless gazes converged on him, like a small mountain pressing down on him. Chu Luyue, who was opposite him, smiled as if teasing him. Young Master Jian, with your status, you definitely wouldn't come here empty-handed to express your gratitude, right? Jian Fengqi felt his heart bleeding. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and said, why would I? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have one. It's only right that I share it with you. Chu Luyue's smile was especially pure and sincere. Then Lu Yu will accept deferentially. Thank you very much, young Master Jian. Jian Fengqi's words seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. No. Thank you. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. In a moment of happiness, he actually forgot what a ruthless person this girl was. Yuan Jinghong, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. From the initial shock to the final heartfelt admiration. If it weren't for Jian Fengqi's strong killing intent, he would have given Chu Luyue a thumbs up. Amazing. Shiling's tyrant, Jian Fengqi, was arrogant, domineering, and unbridled. He had always been the one bullying others. When had others ever squeezed him dry? Chu Luyue actually took away so much money from him. It was simply unbelievable. He now seemed to understand why Chu Luyue was able to get first place in the Wanjing competition. She was amazing. Chu Luyue glanced at Yuan Jinghong. And, as expected, he was still as stupid as before. This look of admiration was really familiar. Oh, right, when she dealt with Jian Fengqi in the past, Yuan Jinghong would always look at her with this kind of gaze. She really didn't know how that cunning old fox Yuan Wei could have such a son. Sensing that Chu Luyue was looking at him, Yuan Jinghong actually felt a little nervous and hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, Miss Chu. I'm Yuan Jinghong. Chu Luyue smiled politely. Greetings, young Master Yuan. Seeing that she was about to bow, Yuan Jinghong hurriedly stopped her. You can't. Since Jian Fengqi didn't accept her bow, he didn't have the guts to do so. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't insist. Yuan Jinghong chuckled, revealing his big white teeth. Miss Chu, I really admire you. As he spoke, he moved closer and lowered his voice. Actually, if I didn't take the initiative to ask this time, this kid actually planned to hide you. Miss Chu, I've known him since we were young, but this is the first time I've seen him so concerned about a girl. Chu Luiyue slowly raised her eyebrows. And there seemed to be something wrong with it. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 535. Yuan Jinghong seemed to have misunderstood something. Young Master Yuan, Chu Luiyue was about to explain when she heard a voice from the side. Miss Chu. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that it was Duan Ziyu. During the competition, Duan Ziyu had been waiting here and didn't leave at all. After the results were out, he was shocked for a long time and came later. I'm here to bring you back. Yuan Jinghong was stunned. Duan Ziyu. Why are you here? Duan Ziyu was Mu Qinghe's confidant. They had met many times and naturally knew each other. He's here to bring Chu Luiyue back. Back where? Duan Ziyu said calmly. Of course, I'm waiting for you. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luiyue again. Lieutenant is in the residence now. If he knows that you got first place, he'll be very happy. Chu Luiyue thought to herself that Mu Qinghe wouldn't be happy or unhappy because of this. He had always been reserved and rarely wasted time and energy on unrelated people or things. Even if he cared, it should be because this result involved a deeper problem. Even though she hadn't gotten to the bottom of it yet, Mu Qinghe clearly knew some inside information. But she obviously wouldn't say this out loud. She just smiled faintly. Luckily, I didn't disappoint him. Chu Luiyue then bade farewell to Jian Fengqi and Duan Ziyu. Just as she turned around, before she could leave, Yuan Jinghong shouted. Wait! Chu Luiyue looked back. Young Master Yuan, is there anything else? Yuan Jinghong looked at her calm and composed expression and felt that something was wrong. Why you want to follow Duan Ziyu back to the Mu residence? Why you and Fengqi? Ah. Yuan Jinghong cried out in pain and looked at Jian Fengqi angrily. He was speaking up for me. Why did he start a fight? Jian Fengqi couldn't be bothered to look at his stupid face. He couldn't help but regret bringing him along. There's nothing else. You guys can leave first. Jian Fengqi said and turned to leave. Yuan Jinghong quickly followed. What's wrong with you? Why did Chu Luiyue leave with Duan Ziyu? He was Mu Qinghe's man. Isn't this the same as openly snatching someone from you? Jian Fengqi said lazily, first, she's not one of my people. Secondly, she can go wherever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. Yuan Jinghong was heartbroken. Mu Qinghe has always been at odds with you. Now that she's bullying you, you don't care at all. Jian Fengqi stared at him. What are you doing? Yuan Jinghong was a little nervous. Jian Fengqi let out a long sigh and walked forward. What was wrong with him? Why was he friends with Yuan Jinghong? Yuan Jinghong looked at the two of them hesitantly. In the end, he still followed Jian Fengqi. Hey! What did you mean just now? Make yourself clear. In fact, Chu Luiyue and Jian Fengqi didn't take this matter to heart. But they didn't know that this scene was seen by everyone else. Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe were fighting again. And it was because of a woman. West Hill was going to be lively. At this time, Chu Luiyue had no idea what kind of rumors would spread. She took Chang Wanzhou and followed Duan Ziyu back to the Mu residence. But in her heart, she was thinking about something else. She couldn't stay in the Mu residence anymore. Staying in the Mu residence had its benefits. At the very least, it was very safe. In West Hill City, almost no one would be bold enough to break into the Mu residence. But it was very inconvenient for her to stay in the Mu residence. If it were ordinary cultivation and medicine refinement, it would be fine. But there were too many things to do. If she continued to stay in the Mu residence, there would be too many concerns. She had to find another place. Fortunately, she had a lot of money now, so she had a lot of choices. Tianling Palace. Clear Wind Palace. This was the residence of the Tianling dynasty's emperor, Shengguanyu. Since he fell into a coma more than a year ago, he had been recuperating here. Clear Wind Palace was heavily guarded. Now, only the third princess, Shengguanwan, could enter and leave this place freely. As for the others, even the royal family, if they wanted to enter this place, they had to go through strict checks. In other words, they had to get Shengguanwan's personal order. At this time, night was about to fall. A tall figure walked out of Clear Wind Palace. The light from the lanterns that had just been lit shone on his face. It was an elegant and handsome face. It was Jiang Yuqing. It was already early winter. Perhaps it was because of the cold at night, but his face looked a little cold. Sun Qi, who was waiting outside the palace, quickly went up to him. Eldest young master. When Jiang Yuqing saw his strange expression, he asked, "Why? What's wrong?" Sun Qi paused for a moment and said softly, "Eldest young master, the Wanjing competition is over." Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. So sudden. He thought it would take another 2 or 3 days. Today, he came to visit the emperor and stayed inside for a long time. He didn't expect this to happen as soon as he came out. Sun Qi explained, "Yes. The last few people came out almost one after another, and the winner was quickly decided." Jiang Yuqing asked, "What's the result?" Sun Qi wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Yuqing frowned even more. Sun Qi bent down and said softly, "Chu Luiyue got first place." Jiang Yuqing was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously said, "How is that possible?" As soon as he said that, he knew that his words were meaningless. Sun Qi couldn't be lying. Then, Chu Luiyue really defeated all the competitors and became first place. "Her Yuan meridian is clearly," Jiang Yuqing muttered softly, but he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. But the doubts in his heart were even stronger. It shouldn't be. Chu Luiyue's talent was not bad, but she only had an intermediate Daijing Yuan meridian. She was the worst among the remaining people. Everyone else could be first, but she was the least likely. "But, does the third princess know about this?" he asked. Sun Qi said, "She should know." The competition ended in the afternoon. He had been waiting here for Jiang Yuqing for a long time. There was no reason that the third princess didn't know. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and agreed. Shengguanwan was very concerned about this matter. Although she didn't leave the palace, she had already sent people in private. She should know about what happened in Xuanji Square. Jiang Yuqing tidied up his clothes and walked forward. Sun Qi followed behind silently. The two of them quickly left Qingfeng Hall. However, he didn't walk far before a palace maid walked towards him. Seeing that palace maid, Jiang Yuqing's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. The palace maid walked directly in front of Jiang Yuqing and curtsied, "Prince consort, the third princess invites you." Although it was invite, it was obviously impossible to refuse. Jiang Yuqing said, "Lead the way." "Yes. Prince consort, please." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 536. When Jiang Yuqing arrived at Huayang Palace, Shengguanwan was waiting for him. "Yuqing. You're here." Once Shengguanwan saw him, she immediately walked forward happily and planned to directly lean into his embrace. Jiang Yuqing silently took a step back. Greetings, third princess. Sheng Wanwan missed him and pouted unhappily. What are you doing? Jiang Yuqing said, my marriage hasn't been finalized yet. The princess and I are not yet married, so we shouldn't meet in private at this time. Everything still needs to follow the etiquette of the palace. Sheng Wanwan chuckled and reached out to pull his arm. Yuqing, this is Huayong Palace, and there are no outsiders. You don't have to do this. Besides, even if I want to do something, will anyone dare to stop me? Now that the entire palace is under my control, what do I have to be afraid of? This time, Jiang Yuqing didn't push her hand away and only glanced at the palace maid beside her. Chan Yi, you can leave first. Sheng Wanwan said. Yes. That palace maid lowered her head and left respectfully. Jiang Yuqing held Sheng Wanwan's wrist. Let's talk inside. Sun Qi, guard outside. Sun Qi hurriedly bowed. Yes. Jiang Yuqing brought Sheng Wanwan into the room and carefully checked all the doors and windows. Sheng Wanwan found it very funny and nonchalantly said, Yuqing, you're too cautious. Are you suspecting that my Huayong Palace isn't safe enough? After confirming that there were no abnormalities around, Jiang Yuqing turned around, sat down on the chair, and patiently said, it's always right to be more careful. I'm doing all this for you. When Sheng Wanwan heard this, her expression indeed became much better as she intimately leaned over. However, Jiang Yuqing didn't have such thoughts. I went to see His Majesty today. His Majesty still doesn't seem to show any signs of waking up. None of the methods he used seemed to work. At the mention of this, Sheng Wanwan lost interest. She sat down beside him and snorted. Who asked you to be so ruthless back then? Now, all we can do is wait. After all, there were only a few trustworthy celestial physicians. Jiang Yuqing's eyes flashed with coldness. Back then, he had asked Sheng Wanwan to handle this matter. She had not done a good job, but now she was pushing all the blame onto him. But there was no point in arguing with her now. Besides, they had more important things to discuss. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you looking for me so late at night because of the Wanjing competition? Jiang Yuqing went straight to the point. Sheng Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. Her face was full of excitement and joy. That's right. Sun Qi should have already told you about the news from the Wanjing competition, right? That choose something who won first place, Chu Luiyue, Jiang Yuqing continued. Yes, yes. That's the name. I heard that it's a girl in her teens. I think it was Mu Qinghe who brought her back, right? Jiang Yuqing glanced at her and felt unhappy for some reason. However, he didn't show it on his face. He nodded and said, she's only a stage 3 warrior now. It's indeed quite surprising that she could win first place. However, what? Yuqing, don't you know that she has already broken through to become a stage 4 warrior? Sheng Wanwan interrupted him. Jiang Yuqing was stunned. The smile on Sheng Wanwan's face became more secretive and excited. And she broke through in the Tianling God realm. What do you think this means? It means that she's very compatible with the Tianling God realm. Jiang Yuqing frowned. But her Yuan meridian is only at the intermediate level. It can't be compared to those higher level ones. How can it not be compared? Sheng Wanwan stood up, and her face was filled with unconcealable excitement and ecstasy. She's at the intermediate level of the Daijing Yuan meridian, but she performed better than the higher level ones. This shows that her Yuan meridian won her. It's still too early to say this. We have to take it step by step. Only then can we be safe, right? Jiang Yuqing didn't want to hear what she was going to say next, so he suddenly said, before His Majesty wakes up, we can't act rashly. Sheng Wanwan was stunned. She sized him up a few times, and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Yuqing, what's wrong with you today? I just feel that everything is progressing too smoothly, so I'm very happy. Aren't you happy for me? Jiang Yuqing gently said, why would I be? Haven't I waited with you for so long? This matter concerns your future, so of course, I care about it the most. Sheng Wanwan knitted her brows slightly. But you look as if, my heart aches when I think of how much you'll have to suffer in the future. Jiang Yuqing stood up, held her hand, and hugged her. Sheng Wanwan grumbled. But I can't wait anymore. For the past year, I've been living in fear every day, afraid that someone will discover that my Yuan meridian is damaged. I've become a cripple. If I don't recover before the imperial court, everything will be over. Compared to losing everything, what's this bit of suffering? Jiang Yuqing gently patted her back. Don't worry. It'll definitely be fine. Let's take it step by step. I guarantee that there won't be any problems, okay? If we alert the enemy now, all our efforts will go to waste, right? Sheng Wanwan gradually calmed down and looked up at him. Then, what do you think we should do? Jiang Yuqing smiled. Naturally, we'll follow the previous plan. Tomorrow, at Exanli Garden, all the major sects will send people, and the contestants will also be there. After you go, you just need to sit there quietly and do what you should do as the third princess. After all, as long as we keep them in Weiling, we won't have to worry about them suddenly disappearing. Sheng Wanwan was quickly convinced by Jiang Yuqing. All right then. I also want to see what those people are like, especially that Chu Luiyue. Jiang Yuqing nodded in agreement, but a trace of darkness flashed past his eyes. Mu Manor. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou followed Duan Ziyu to the front hall. Mu Qinghe was sitting there with his eyes closed. It was rare for him to be free. When he heard movement, he opened his eyes. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou bowed. Mu Qinghe's gaze moved between her and Chang Wanzhou. After a while, he spoke. I haven't congratulated the two of you for getting the best results in the Wanjing competition. Chu Luiyue was naturally humble again. Then, she mentioned that she wanted to move out. Mu Qinghe looked at her. Why? Did the people from Mu Manor not serve you well? Duan Ziyu immediately broke out in cold sweat. Chu Luiyue shook her head and explained, the people from Mu Manor treat me and little Zhou very well. I'm also very grateful that Vice Admiral Mu has been helping me so much. But since I'm already in Weiling, I can't stay in Mu Manor forever. I'm already very sorry for disturbing you during this period of time. So, I think, it's better to move out and find another place to live. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 537. Chu Luiyue's tone was sincere, her expression was serious, and her eyes were filled with determination. Mu Qinghe glanced at her and knew that she was serious. He tapped the table with his finger. You don't have any relatives or friends in West Hill, and you don't even know many people. Isn't it convenient to live in the Mu residence? Moreover, with the Mu residence's support, you can save a lot of trouble. Chu Luiyue quickly said, Vice Admiral Mu, I just feel that as an outsider living here with a small boat, I'm causing trouble for you. Although the Mu residence is not an aristocratic family, it's more than enough to support the two of you. At this point, Mu Qinghe looked at Chu Luiyue meaningfully. Chu Luiyue coughed awkwardly. He was still brooding over the 90,000 white crystal coins that she had spent. Lu Yu appreciates Vice Admiral Mu's kindness. But I owe Vice Admiral Mu enough, and I really don't want to continue disturbing you. Although Chu Luiyue's words were tactful, everyone present could tell that she would not change her mind. Mu Qinghe lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Chu Luiyue also quieted down and waited for his reply. The entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, Mu Qinghe stood up. Since you've already thought it through, I won't stop you. But the moment you leave the Mu residence, all the benefits will be taken back. He took 2 steps and paused. I'll leave you 10,000 white crystal coins for you to use during this period of time. Chu Luiyue was very surprised. She didn't expect that Mu Qinghe would be willing to help her even when she was about to leave. She quickly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Admiral Mu. But I can't accept this money." Mu Qinghe looked at her suspiciously. With her previous spending speed, 10,000 white crystal coins wouldn't even be enough to support her for a few days. She actually didn't want it. Were they planning to fight the northwest wind? Chu Luiyue understood what he meant, and her eyes curved. Don't worry, young Master Jian bet on me winning first place and won quite a bit of money. He has already agreed to share a portion of it with me. Therefore, I can still hold on for a long time. Mu Qinghe's face turned cold for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. He didn't say anything and left. Chu Luiyue looked at his back and frowned slightly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Mu Qinghe seemed a little unhappy. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Mu Qinghe was too busy with his own affairs. How could he care about such a small matter as where she lived? She looked at Duan Ziyu. It's getting late today. Xiao Zhou and I will stay here for the last night. I'll leave tomorrow. What else could Duan Ziyu say? The deputy general made it clear that he didn't want her to find another place to live. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. However, Chu Luiyue refused so straightforwardly. She didn't know if she really didn't understand or if she pretended not to understand. Please go ahead. After Duan Ziyu finished speaking, he also left. Chu Luiyue returned to the small courtyard with Chang Wanzhou. You've been working hard for the past few days. Have a good rest today. You still have to go to Axayanli Garden tomorrow. Chu Luiyue said and walked towards her room. When she was about to enter the door, Chang Wanzhou, who was standing behind her, suddenly said, "He must have offended you." Chu Luiyue looked back at him in surprise. "Xiao Zhou, what did you say?" Chang Wanzhou stared at her. "Otherwise, he wouldn't be so guilty towards you." The expression on Chu Luiyue's face froze for a moment. After a moment, the corners of her lips curled up slightly as if she was smiling. However, her eyes were cold and bitter, and it disappeared in an instant. "You're wrong. That's not towards me. Besides, it's not guilt." With that, she turned around and entered the room. Chang Wanzhou stood there for a long time. He had always been very sensitive to people's emotions. But why did she say that? Or am I really wrong? After pondering for a long time, Chang Wanzhou couldn't come to a conclusion. He simply put it aside and returned to his room. The night passed without a word. The next morning, after Chu Luiyue woke up and packed up, she wanted to say goodbye to Mu Qinghe. However, Duan Ziyu said that he had already left the residence, so she left with Chang Wanzhou. Although the Wanjing competition had ended, Xiling City was still very lively. The two of them were recognized by many people as they walked on the streets. It couldn't be helped. The two of them were too special in terms of appearance and temperament. They could be recognized at a glance in the crowd. However, these people only looked at them, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach them. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd sensibly made way. As they got closer and closer to Axayanli Garden, the number of people around them decreased. When they reached the end of the street, Chu Luiyue immediately saw that there were already black cavalry on guard. The lineup this time was clearly much more powerful than before. It was obvious that the people who were coming today were of high status. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and walked forward with Chang Wanzhou. The people guarding the entrance of Axianli Garden were replaced by 2 royal elders. Chu Luiyue was more certain of her prediction. She walked forward without batting an eyelid. The 2 elders recognized Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou, but they still checked them carefully before letting them in. A person who looked like a page boy walked forward. "The 2 of you, please follow me." Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou nodded and followed. Chu Luiyue asked, "May I know where we're going?" The page boy said, "Thousand View Garden." Chu Luiyue was stunned, and her footsteps slowed. Chang Wanzhou glanced at her. However, Chu Luiyue quickly recovered. "It was actually Thousand View Garden, the purple gold Bodhi leaf is in that direction." The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice suddenly sounded. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 538. In Thousand View Garden. "Are you sure?" Chu Luiyue asked in her heart. "I'm sure." The legendary three-eyed eagle sounded very certain. "If we get closer, I'll be able to accurately guess its location." Chu Luiyue continued walking forward calmly with a slight frown. She had been very concerned about Thousand View Garden in the past, but she had never noticed anything strange after so many years. When did the purplish gold Buddha leaf appear there? Under the lead of the page boy, they walked through a winding corridor and passed by a rippling lake before finally arriving at Thousand View Garden. Through the simple and elegant moon-shaped gate, Chu Luiyue could see that there were already many people in the courtyard. "Please," the page boy stopped outside the gate. There was a strict hierarchy inside, and the security was tight. He was only responsible for leading them here, but he wasn't qualified to enter. "Thank you." Chu Luiyue looked at the familiar scene before her, and her heart stirred. She couldn't be more familiar with every brick, stone, grass, and tree here. She exhaled softly, straightened her back, and walked in with a smile. The moment she walked in, the originally noisy courtyard quietened down instantly. Everyone looked over with different expressions on their faces. Chu Luiyue quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately recognized many familiar faces. Even Yang Qin, and the rest, who were severely injured previously, were here today. After all, it involved which sect they could enter in the future, so naturally, no one dared to slack off. She didn't see any people from the various sects, so she guessed that they should be in the hall inside. And this place was obviously left for the young participants who participated in the Wanjing competition. The atmosphere in the courtyard became a little strange. The participant with the lowest cultivation level had become the champion, which made the others somewhat unconvinced. However, they had all been to the Tianling God realm and had seen the situation inside. They were very clear that Chu Luiyue definitely didn't win by luck. This made them even more upset. She was only 14 years old. Those who could participate in the Wanjing competition were all geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian. They were definitely the cream of the crop no matter where they were. This match had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. Then, he looked at Chu Luiyue with mixed feelings. Chu Luiyue completely ignored all of this and did not take it to heart at all. She casually found a spot and casually looked at the surrounding scenery. There was just the right amount of novelty in her eyes, but she was also very restrained and polite. No one could find any fault with her. "So, you really don't want to get up?" Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from not far away. The entire courtyard fell silent for a moment. Chu Luiyue followed everyone's gaze and saw 2 women arguing. The one who spoke was a woman in a purple dress. She looked to be in her early 20s and had an arrogant look on her face. Standing in front of her was a young girl who still had some baby fat on her face. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She wore a green dress with a silver cauldron tattooed on her left chest. This was a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. Her round face was flushed red, and her fists were clenched tightly. She looked like she was trying her best to endure it. "Miss, this was originally my position." The purple-clothed woman mocked. "Your spot. Is your name written on this spot?" The round-faced woman said word by word. "This is indeed a spot prepared for a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. If you don't believe me, we can ask someone to see if that's the case." The purple-clothed woman raised her hand and put it to her ear. "What? Who did you say it was prepared for?" "The Chongshu Pavilion. That sect still exists. I thought it was disbanded a long time ago." The round-faced woman immediately widened her eyes and said angrily, "Miss, please be careful with your words." The purple-clothed woman glanced at her. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" The round-faced woman was clearly not good with words. She trembled in anger at the woman's arrogance, but she could not think of any rebuttal. "Don't you dare insult my sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The purple-clothed woman covered her chest and mocked. I'm so scared. The remnants of the Chongshu Pavilion are threatening me." A burst of laughter came from the crowd. A young man standing beside the purple-clothed woman took a step forward and said to the round-faced woman, "Miss, I'm sorry. My junior sister has always been willful. If her words offend you, please don't take it to heart. This is her first time in Thousand View Garden, so it's inevitable that she's curious. Why don't you give this spot to her?" Chu Luyuan noticed that there were 9 stars tattooed on the left side of his chest, forming a line. He was clearly a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. The round-faced woman took a deep breath and said word by word, "The seats here are specially arranged for the disciples of the 4 major sections. They don't belong to you. Moreover, there are so many people sitting here. Why did you choose me?" None of the people from the other 3 major sects dared to provoke them from the beginning to the end. They were here for her on purpose. The young man sneered with a hint of contempt. "Why is that? I believe everyone is very clear about it, right? I spoke politely to you just now because I wanted to leave some face for both of us. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for speaking rudely." The man pointed to the seat behind the round-faced woman and said, "Based on the current strength of the Chongshu Pavilion, do you have the right to sit here?" Everyone didn't say it on the surface, but in reality, everyone knew that the current Chongsu cabinet was just an empty shell. This is Shiling, where strength is respected. Since you don't have the strength, you deserve to be squeezed down by others. The purple-clothed woman beside him also had a smug expression. "Senior brother, there's no need to talk so much nonsense when dealing with people who don't have the strength but still have the cheek to occupy a seat. Just let them know how powerful we are." The 9-Star Alliance had long surpassed the Chongshu Pavilion. Naturally, this seat should be theirs. The round-faced woman felt as if her chest was blocked by something. She felt so uncomfortable that all the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. She was clamoring for a fight. However, her last shred of rationality still firmly nailed her to the ground. Before they came, the second elder had said that this Wanjing competition was of great importance and that they must not cause trouble. Moreover, their Chongshu Pavilion was at the center of the storm and could easily be targeted. If they made a mistake, it would very likely lead to great trouble. That was why she had been restraining herself. But these people actually humiliated her sect. That purple-clothed woman wasn't even an official disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. How dare they be so arrogant? They were bullying their Chongshu Pavilion. The man raised 3 fingers. "I'll count to 3. Immediately give this seat to my junior sister. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" A clear and bright female voice suddenly sounded. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 539. The few of them turned around and saw that it was a beautiful woman dressed in red. It was Chu Luiyue. She had a smile on her face as if she was just asking casually. However, everyone could see that this dispute was just disciples fighting for a seat on the surface. In fact, it was the 9-star alliance challenging the position of the 4 major sects in the Chongshu Pavilion. Whoever interfered at this time would be involved in this dispute. Why did Chu Luiyue suddenly care about this all of a sudden? When the young man saw that it was Chu Luiyue, he restrained his arrogance. It was rumored that she had an extraordinary relationship with Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe. No matter which one of them it was, they were not people he could provoke. The ferocious expression on his face stiffened into a smile. Miss Chu, what do you mean? Chu Luiyue asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I'm just a little curious. Since this seat belongs to someone else, why are you fighting for it? Chu Luiyue's words were too straightforward, causing the man to choke. If I didn't remember wrongly, this lady seems to be someone your Jiuxing alliance brought over from outside Heaven's canopy. She shouldn't have entered your sect yet. Why are you calling each other senior brother and junior sister? This time, the purple-clothed woman's expression turned ugly. Wasn't he scolding her in public? Chu Luiyue looked at the round-faced woman and asked with a smile. I just heard that only the official disciples of the 4 major sects can sit in this seat, right? The round-faced woman didn't expect Chu Luiyue to suddenly help and nodded in a daze. That's right. These 4 major sects are the top existences in West Hill. They are Dragon Teeth Mountain, Soaring Clouds Sect, Purple Shao Sword Sect, and our Chongshu Pavilion. When we came in just now, the servant had already said that this seat was reserved for us. Although it was called a seat, it was actually a status. Chu Luiyue nodded and looked at the 2 people from the 9-star alliance. Since this seat is reserved for the 4 major sects, may I ask, the 9-star alliance? The 2 immediately became embarrassed. Wasn't Chu Luiyue asking the obvious? It's precisely because they're not now and want to replace Chong Su cabinet that they're doing this on purpose. What were they supposed to say when she asked that? The purple-clothed woman was unconvinced. Chongshu Pavilion is no longer the Chongshu Pavilion of the past. Let's talk about her. His ranking in the Wanjing competition was below mine. Just based on this point alone, she has no right to sit here. Chu Luiyue asked. What's your rank? The woman in purple raised her chin. 35. Chu Luiyue looked at the round-faced woman. What about you? The round-faced woman lowered her head in embarrassment. 41, actually, the difference between the 2 of them wasn't that big. Furthermore, this round-faced woman was considered young among these people. It was already considered good that she could obtain this rank. The purple-clothed woman sneered. Although I've only been to West Hill for a short while, I know that there's a rule in West Hill: strength is respected. Now that my ranking is higher than hers and I'm stronger than her, why can't I sit here? The round-faced woman's face flushed red. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. It was all because she was useless. If she had performed better in the Wanjing competition, she wouldn't have been humiliated like this and implicated the reputation of her entire sect. What about me? Chu Luiyue said. The purple-clothed woman was suddenly stunned. What? Chu Luiyue smiled. I'm first. Am I more qualified to sit here than you? The purple-clothed woman seemed to be choked by something and stuttered. But, you're not interested in this seat at all. Why are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Whether I'm interested or not is my business. You just have to answer my question. Chu Luiwe looked at her indifferently. The purple-clothed woman was enraged, and her voice became sharp and piercing. Chu Luiwe, are you determined to stand up for Chongshu Pavilion today? You have to think carefully. You're going against the entire 9-Star Alliance. Chu Luiwe smiled. Isn't it just a seat? Do you have to make it sound so serious? But if you really want to put it that way, then you can say it's true. His nonchalant attitude made the woman even angrier. On impulse, she took a step forward and was immediately stopped by the man beside her. Junior sister. Chu Luiwe alone wasn't scary, but she had Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe behind her. Now, the entire West Hill was rumored to be very fond of Chu Luiwe. No matter which one Chu Luiwe chose, her status and power in the future couldn't be underestimated. If they went against her, wouldn't they be looking for trouble for themselves? Senior brother. The woman was angry, but when she met the man's warning gaze, she finally swallowed the rest of her words and turned her head away unwillingly. The man said, "Since Miss Chu wants this seat, then we won't fight with you. Miss Chu, please." With that, he pulled the purple-clothed woman to the other side. The round-faced woman looked at Chu Luiwe gratefully and hesitantly. Chu Luiwe looked at the round-faced woman, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You can continue to sit in this seat. But this is I'm not interested in this. I just don't like them. Don't take it to heart. Chu Luiwe patted her shoulder lightly. The round-faced woman looked at her in a daze. So, from the beginning to the end, Chu Luiwe really did it to help her. Ever since the incident at the Chongshu Pavilion, the people in the pavilion had been looked down on and ridiculed, and there were countless people who hit them when they were down. This was the first time that someone stood on their side in public and spoke up for them. And this person was Chu Luiwe, who they didn't know. Thank you, the round-faced woman was a little helpless. I don't know how to thank you. Chu Luiwe asked. What's your name? How old are you? The round-faced woman answered honestly. My name is Yi Ranran. I'll be 14 in a month. Chu Luiwe was a little surprised. This woman looked to be 15 or 16 years old, but she was a few months younger than her. As if she could see Chu Luiwe's meaning, the round-faced woman's cheeks turned slightly red. I eat a lot, so I look stronger than ordinary women. Chu Luiwe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's clearly still a half-grown child. How badly does Chongshu Cabinet need people to send her out? It's okay. You're very talented. As long as you cultivate well, you'll be very powerful in the future. Chu Luiwe said seriously. Yi Ranran's eyes lit up. Pavilion Master said so too, but I always thought he was coaxing me, she said a little embarrassedly. Chu Luiwe sighed softly in her heart. It's true. Also, remember to return the favor if you're bullied in the future. Yi Ranran nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he heard a voice. The sect master of the Purple Shao Sword sect has arrived. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 540. Everyone was shocked. The Purple Shao Sword sect had a high status, and they thought it would be an elder. Why was it the sect master? Amidst the commotion, a burly middle-aged man walked over. It was the Purple Shao Sword sect master, Song Wan. Immediately after, the leaders of the other major sects also appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Teeth Mountains master, Jian Shai. Sky Soaring Clan sect master, Qing Li Fang. Chongshu Pavilion's pavilion master, Yuchi Song. The top figures of the four major sects were all gathered here. After that, the leaders of the other sects that were ranked below the four major sects also appeared. The courtyard had already quietened down. Everyone secretly looked at each other. Clearly, they didn't expect that there would be such a big lineup today. Instantly, many people became nervous. These were all rumored top-notch experts. Regardless of status or personal strength, there was no doubt that they were the most powerful existences in Xiling and even the entire Tianling dynasty. Usually, it was very rare to see even one of them, but they actually appeared together this time. Chairs were already prepared in the courtyard. There were 4 on both sides, and 2 at the front. The 8 of them sat down one after another, and there was a distance between them and Chu Liuyue's group. Chu Liuyue's gaze landed on the 2 empty chairs. To be able to sit in those seats, the 3rd princess has arrived. The prince consort has arrived. A sharp voice rang out. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. He saw a young lady in an exquisite and gorgeous palace dress walking over. She had a fluttering hairstyle and a phoenix gold buyao in her hair. When she walked over leisurely, the buyao swayed gently. There was a faint and graceful smile on her face, and the makeup on her body made her look even more noble. Chu Liyue looked at the extremely familiar face, and his fingers trembled slightly. Sheng Wan. More than a year had passed, but she didn't seem to have changed much. It was as if everything that happened in the past didn't leave any traces. No, she still changed. Chu Liuyue's gaze swept over Sheng Wan's body inch by inch. In the past, Sheng Wan, because of the lowly status of her birth mother, did not have a good life in the palace. Therefore, she always had an eager and flattering smile on her face. She was as weak as a dodder flower swaying in the wind without anyone to rely on. Anyone who saw her watery and deceptive eyes would feel pity for her. Even if he did something wrong, it was always hard to be mercilessly punished. Chu Liyue sneered inwardly. Among them, this included her former self. At that time, she was born with the Tianjing Yuan meridian. Since she was young, she had everything that others desired. At first, she didn't feel it. Later, Sheng Wan always showed envy in front of her, intentionally or unintentionally. She gradually thought that Sheng Wan was very pitiful. Not to mention that she often helped her, many times she was particularly soft-hearted. It was this unnecessary and useless sympathy that caused her to lose her life. Looking at the current Sheng Wan, she was arrogant and in high spirits. Her eyes were filled with the arrogance and murderous fierceness of a person in a superior position. She didn't look like the past at all. She must have lived a very comfortable life in power for more than a year. That was why she became like this, right? Half a step behind her, there was a young man. Jiang Yuqing. He was wearing a blue brocade robe with a white jade belt around his waist, outlining his tall figure. He didn't have any extra accessories on his body, but at a glance, he had a noble aura. Anyone who saw him would guess that this person's identity was extraordinary. Today, he didn't wear a mask, revealing his original appearance. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was handsome. To be called the most handsome man in West Hill, he did have some capital. Different from Jian Fengqi, that kind of romantic person, Jiang Yuqing had a pair of affectionate eyes. When he stared at a person, it was easy to have an affectionate expression. This made people misunderstand that he had a rare gentleness. It was this pair of eyes that deceived her and pushed her to death. Looking at it now, under that thin layer of floating light, how cold and vicious was it? At that time, she was really bewitched. That was why she was bullied to that extent by these 2 people. Chu Liyue clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A handsome and enchanting face suddenly appeared in her mind. Chu Liyue's heart stirred. It was Rongxiu. Somehow, the anger and resentment in Chu Liyue's heart gradually calmed down. It was as if there was an invisible hand gently comforting her. Chu Liyue opened her eyes, and a trace of nostalgia flashed across her heart. Only then did she realize that she missed Rong Xiu so much. If only he was here now. Chu Liyue thought silently and looked up at Jiang Yuqing. Looking at his face now, it was much more ordinary. His nose was not high enough, his eyes were not deep enough, and the shape of his lips was not good enough. The aura he exuded was worlds apart from that of his. When Chu Liyue first saw Rong Xiu, she knew that he was a rare immortal-like figure in this world. But now that there was a comparison, this feeling became even stronger. She really understood what it meant by the difference between clouds and mud. Thinking of this, Chu Liyue's mood suddenly became much better. Not to mention other things, at least she beat Sheng Wanwan in one thing. She had Rong Xiu. Somewhere thousands of miles away. The sky was blue, and the water was rippling. A huge island was suspended in mid-air. The rich force condensed into a white mist and drifted in all directions. A tall and straight white figure was walking on the waves. Suddenly, he stopped and gently placed his hand on his heart. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yan Qing asked behind him. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and then his thin lips curled up. "Little heartless girl, you finally remembered me." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 541. Chu Liyue naturally didn't know what her man was thinking at this moment. In her countless fantasies, she had always thought that when she saw these two people again, she would definitely want to cut them into pieces to dispel the hatred in her heart. However, at this moment, when all of this really happened, she realized that something seemed to be different. The hatred and anger were still the same as before. The pain of being betrayed was etched in her heart, and she would never forget it. However, her heart seemed to be covered by a layer of armor, carefully protecting her. It was the armor that Rong Xiu gave her. The hostility hidden in the deepest part of her heart seemed to have gradually faded. Because she knew that no matter what, there would always be someone in this world who would trust and love her gently and generously. She exhaled softly. She actually felt that she had never been so relaxed since her rebirth. At this moment, an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. After she settled these grudges, she must personally tell Rong Xiu that she missed him and loved him. Chang Wanzhou stood beside Chu Liyue. He keenly sensed that Chu Liyue's emotion seemed to be changing back and forth before finally returning to calmness. Moreover, the feeling she gave off seemed to be different. He couldn't tell what was different, but he was sure that there was. Moreover, it was a good change. Previously, he had always felt that Chu Liyue seemed to be suppressing something in her heart. Even when she was smiling, there was always a trace of haze. But now, it was different. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing sat down on the last two chairs. Although they hadn't officially married yet, the two of them were engaged. Moreover, they were recently discussing the wedding date and the process had already begun. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, there was no difference at all. After all, Jiang Yuqing was still helping to manage the court. The two of them were so close that they had already held a wedding ceremony. The 8 people sitting were about to bow when they were stopped by Sheng Wanwan. These 8 people were of noble status. Although she now held great power, she was still very polite and cautious when facing these people. The sect master of the Purple Shao Sword sect, Song Wan, smiled. "Old Song, I didn't expect your disciples to be so unyielding. Looks like you're still the same as before. You're good at teaching." As soon as he said this, everyone became even quieter and looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that everything that had happened here had been seen by these big shots. The round-faced woman immediately became nervous. If it was because of her that the pavilion master was bullied by others here, Yuchi-sang's face seemed to be more haggard than the last time they met, but his gaze didn't change after hearing Song Wan's words. The disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion are naturally good. The leader of the Nine-Star Alliance, Zhang Hua, sneered. Old Song, is there no one else in the Chongshu Pavilion? How could they send such a little girl here? She can't even support her own pavilion and needs others to help her. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for her to forcibly occupy a seat like this? Yuchi-song glanced at him indifferently. It's still better than some people who don't know their place and offend their superiors. Zhang Hua choked. Their Nine-Star Alliance's status was indeed inferior to the Chongshu Pavilion. Even though the Chongshu Pavilion was about to collapse, they still had some confidence since they hadn't taken down the title of one of the 4 major sections. He was so angry that he laughed and turned the ring in his hand. Old Song's words aren't without reason. It's my Nine-Star Alliance's disciple who offended you. But I wonder if Old Song has heard of this saying. If one's virtue doesn't match his position, there will be disaster. The air at the scene seemed to have frozen. Wasn't saying this in front of Yuchi-sang's face equivalent to scolding him? This was no longer a test but a naked provocation. To need the help of a little girl who's inexperienced. Has the Chongshu Pavilion fallen to this extent? Zhang Hua said with a sneer. Chu Luiwei raised his brows slightly. In the past, Zhang Hua could be said to be extremely fawning over Yuchi-song and was extremely attentive. Once, in order to ask for a pill, he personally went to the Chongshu Pavilion. However, because Yuchi-song was still recuperating in seclusion, he didn't get anyone to inform him and waited outside for half a month. In the end, it was only when Yuchi-song went out and saw Zhang Hua that he knew that he was there. Because of this, from then on, Yuchi-song had always treated Zhang Hua very well and almost treated him as his own junior. The Nine-Star Alliance and the Chongshu Pavilion were also very friendly and close. I didn't expect Chongsu Cabinet to suffer such a huge blow. The first one who couldn't take it was Jiu-Xing Alliance. Yuchi-song remained motionless in all directions. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. What does it have to do with me if no one is willing to help the Nine-Star Alliance? Although things were different now, as long as he was the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion, he would never let anyone bully his disciple. Zhang Hua was furious. Yuchi-song had already looked at Chu Luiwei. The distance between them was a little far, and Chu Luiwei was standing at the back of the crowd, so it was not easy to find him. However, Yuchi-song still saw her at a glance. Wei-chi-song was slightly taken aback at first glance. This woman's face seems familiar. Where have I seen her before? Chu Luiwei met Yuchi-song's gaze and nodded slightly. A thought flashed through Yuchi-song's mind, that's right. I've seen this woman once at 100 Herbs Building. At that time, most of his attention was on the seal, so he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. However, because that woman was generous and rich, he paid more attention to her. He didn't expect that when they met again today, she would take the initiative to help. Now that the Chongshu Pavilion's position was in danger, the people in Xiling City were avoiding them. No one was willing to have anything to do with them. This Chu Luiwei. She should know about this. However, she was still willing to step in. It was indeed puzzling. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing were not with these people previously, so they did not see the conflict between the two sides. However, before they came, their subordinates had already reported the situation to them. Therefore, Sheng Wanwan looked calm, but her heart was filled with curiosity. As she searched the crowd, she smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, thank you for coming here today. I'm really flattered that you've taken the time to come here today. I'm really flattered." Your time and energy are very precious, so I won't waste any more time. Why don't we begin? These words could be considered as giving them a way out, and they all nodded in agreement. Sheng Wanwan nodded at Chan Yi, who was standing beside her. Chan Yi took a few steps forward. Her shoulders were straight, and her hands were crossed on her abdomen. Although she was wearing the clothes of a palace maid, she looked very dignified. Everyone looked at her aura and quietened down. She looked around and raised her voice. The top 10 of the Wanjing competition, please come forward. More and more people walked out from the crowd and stood in the middle, lining up in order. Sheng Wanwan sat up straight. Who is Chu Luiyue who got first place? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 542. It's here. Chu Luiyue muttered in her heart. After her rebirth, this scene had played out countless times in her dreams. Every time she thought about it, she vaguely felt that the flames in the Imperial Ancestral Hall that day still burned fiercely in her heart, wanting to completely burn her to ashes. The bright morning sun shone down gently, and a gentle breeze blew. The air was still filled with the familiar fragrance of herbs. Everything was as clear as yesterday. Now, she was Sheng Wanyu, and also Chu Luiyue. She had returned after so many hardships. She wondered how these old friends would react when they met again. Everything around her seemed to become blurry at this moment. Only the two people in front of her became incomparably clear. It even made her eyes hurt a little. Chu Luiyue took a step forward. Chu Luiyue from country Yaoqin greets the third princess. Sheng Wanwan looked over curiously. The woman stood in the middle. She was dressed in red, and her figure was slender and exquisite. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She lowered her head slightly, so one couldn't see her full face. However, one could already tell that she was a rare beauty. Raise your head. Sheng Wanwan said. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered slightly, and she slowly raised her head. The young girl had an oval face. Her fair and clear skin seemed to glow under the sunlight. Her black eyebrows were like falling crow feathers. Her nose bridge was delicate, and her cherry lips were slightly curved. Especially her pair of black jade-like eyes. They were bright and seemed to contain the stars in the sky. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a heavenly fragrance. That was what she was talking about. Sheng Wanwan was stunned. The Tianling dynasty had never lacked beauties. Moreover, Sheng Wanwan's appearance was also very outstanding. However, after this woman appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. She naturally attracted everyone's attention. Sheng Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable, but what made her feel even more uncomfortable was that this face, for some reason, looked a little familiar. Jiang Yuqing was sitting next to Sheng Wanwan. He could clearly see Chu Luiyue's face. Although he had seen it before, the impact seemed to be greater now that he was facing it head-on at such a close distance. The fingers in his sleeves moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. I heard that you're only 14 years old this year. His talent and strength were truly outstanding. Sheng Wanwan suppressed the waves in her heart and said with a smile. Although it was a compliment, his tone still sounded high and mighty, as if he was commenting on something condescendingly. Chu Luiyue didn't think much of it and smiled. Thank you for your praise, third princess. When she smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved like the melting ice in early spring. She was sweet and lively, and there was a hint of nobility in her eyes. Even though the person sitting in front of him was the current ruler of the Tianling dynasty, he was still able to deal with him with ease and composure. Sheng Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. He almost stood up from his chair. Those eyes and brows. This smile. It was clearly, Jiang Yuqing suddenly coughed. Sheng Wanwan immediately came to her senses, but her eyes were still fixed on Chu Luiyue. For a moment, she almost wanted to rush over and tear that face apart to see if there was another face hidden underneath. The few big shots around them all noticed that something was wrong with Sheng Wanwan and looked over. Sheng Wanwan immediately adjusted her expression, relaxed her body, and leaned back in her chair. But only she knew that her hands and her sleeves were clenched tightly, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Since you defeated the others, it proves that you have the strength. In the Tianling dynasty, strength has always been respected. You are worthy of this praise. Sheng Wanwan barely moved the corners of her mouth. And, when I saw you, I felt as if I had seen you somewhere before. Your appearance is somewhat similar to an old friend. These words explained her loss of composure just now. At that moment, she almost thought that Sheng Wanyu had turned into a malicious spirit and came to seek revenge on her. Yuchi Song and the others were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help but look at Chu Luiyue again. After a moment, a few people's expressions changed slightly. At first, they didn't feel it, but after Sheng Wanwan said that, they could all see it. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows and expression were somewhat similar to the princess in the past. It was fine when she didn't move or smile, but when she smiled, Chu Luiyue's smile deepened. Similar. Of course. Sheng Wanyu's soul was in this body. She had deliberately tested it just now, and it almost scared Sheng Wanyu out of her wits. She clearly saw that Sheng Wanyu's entire face was distorted at that moment. Vice Admiral Mu and young Master Jian said the same thing before. Chu Luiyue pretended not to notice Sheng Wanyu's abnormality. She retracted the expression in her eyes and smiled faintly. When she smiled, they didn't look alike anymore. Sheng Wanwan's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Illusion. It should be an illusion. There are many people in this world who look alike. It should be a coincidence. However, she still couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing gave her a comforting look and used his force to transmit his voice. I've already sent someone to investigate this Chu Luiyue's identity. There's no problem with her identity. Sheng Wanwan then felt more at ease. Jiang Yuqing must have felt that they were similar, which was why he sent someone to investigate. She had always trusted his ability. Since he said that there was no problem, then there definitely wasn't a problem. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Sheng Wanyu back then, with the Tianjing Yuan meridian, she couldn't be more dead. Why would she come back? However, her back was still covered in cold sweat. When the breeze blew past, her entire body turned cold. Yes. Actually, we don't look that alike. Sheng Wanwan seemed to have collapsed, and she was much more tired. Chu Luiyue raised his brows slightly and asked softly, Third Princess, are you all right? Third Princess, is there something wrong? Sheng Wanyu forced a smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. After pausing for a moment, she said, Actually, I won't hide it from you. You're a little similar to my elder sister, who has already passed away. When I suddenly saw you, I thought of my elder sister. I can't help but feel sad. As she spoke, Sheng Wanwan's eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like she was really sad because of this. Jiang Yuqing lightly patted her shoulder. She has always doted on you the most. If she saw you so sad, she definitely wouldn't be happy. Sheng Wanwan wiped away her tears. Yuqing, thank you. I just miss my elder sister too much. She took a deep breath and seemed to be trying her best to keep all these emotions away. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Everyone expressed their understanding. Could the third princess's elder sister be the rumored princess? Who else can it be other than her? Back then, she was the true supreme existence of the Tianling dynasty. Impossible. Isn't there still the current emperor above her? Can the princess surpass him? Heh, you don't know this. That person was born with the Tianjin Yuan meridian, and she was destined to be the princess. Rumors say that she has a high chance of becoming the person to inherit Taizu's legacy. Thus, even the emperor would often let the princess make decisions. It's a pity that in the end, Chu Luiyue acted like she didn't hear those discussions. She smiled and said, "If the third princess's elder sister is here and knows that you miss her so much, she will definitely be very comforted. She will often accompany you and protect you." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 543. Chu Liuyue's casual words successfully made Sheng Wanwan's emotions, which she had just calmed down with much difficulty, flare up again. However, she couldn't flare up in front of so many people. Moreover, to those people, Chu Liuyue's words weren't wrong at all. Sheng Wanwan could only swallow her anger and force a smile, but her face was a little pale. Jiang Yuqing knew that if he didn't say anything, things would get out of hand, so he immediately changed the topic. "I believe everyone is clear about the purpose of inviting everyone here today. Chu Luiyue, you're from outside the heavens canopy. According to the rules, you can join any sect here. Have you thought about it?" Yuqi Song and the others looked over. The people waiting on the other side were even more curious. Which sect would Chu Luiyue choose? She had the best results here. No matter if it was her talent or strength, there was nothing to say. She should be able to choose any of these sects, right? Who wouldn't want such a genius? I don't think so. She spoke up for the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion just now. Isn't that making it clear that she's going against the Nine-Star Alliance? Look at the way the Nine-Star Alliance's leader looks at Chu Luiyue. He's not very nice. You don't know. Chu Luiyue even offended the people from the Lingyun sect before. Elder Qiushi hates her a lot. She definitely won't go to the Lingyun sect. It seems like she even offended the people from the Purple Shao Sword sect and the Xianfeng Hall in the Tianling God realm. As they spoke, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. How did Chu Luiyue offend so many people? How did she do it in just a few days? In that case, Dragon Teeth Mountain is the only one left among the four major sects. Oh right, didn't Jian Fengqi like her? She should choose Dragon Teeth Mountain, right? Chu Luiyue didn't care about what those people were saying at first, but soon, she felt a substantial gaze land on her. She looked up. The Mountain Lord of Dragon Teeth Mountain, Jian Shai, was looking at her with bright eyes. Curiosity, excitement, joy, relief, kindness. Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched. Why did she feel that Jian Shai was looking at her as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law? Did he misunderstand something? Jian Shai could be considered to be the most elegant and handsome among these big shots. Jian Fengqi's face, which attracted countless admirers, came from his biological father, Jian Shai. The father and son had the same icy eyes, and the same chiseled face. However, unlike the playboy Jian Fengqi, Jian Shai was famous for being a romantic. Back then, he had ignored his father's objections and insisted on marrying an extremely ordinary woman. Although outsiders didn't think highly of them, their relationship as husband and wife had always been very good. They had been loving each other for decades. To this day, he hadn't even taken in a concubine. This was part of the reason why Jian Fengqi could be so arrogant. In the entire Dragon Teeth Mountain, he was the only young master. How could he not pamper him? Jian Shai looked at Chu Luiyue from head to toe. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He almost slammed the table and shouted, "My son really takes after me. He has good taste. Look at this appearance, look at this temperament, look at this talent." No matter how he looked, he was satisfied. He and his wife had been deeply in love for their entire lives. Somehow, they had given birth to a playboy. Because of this, he and his wife had a headache. More than once, they felt that this son was useless. Which family's good son would sleep in Spring Bree's house every day, surrounded by a circle of women? Because of this, he had taught Jian Fengqi a lot of lessons, but it was useless. Recently, there was a rumor in Xiling City that Jian Fengqi had spent a lot of money on a woman. At first, he thought that Jian Fengqi was just being playful again. However, when he heard about the amount of money Jian Fengqi had bet, he suddenly felt that he was sincere. Later on, he heard that on the day of the Wanjing competition, Jian Fengqi had specially gone to Xuanji Square to congratulate Chu Luiyue in person. This was equivalent to irrefutable evidence. Therefore, he didn't come here today to choose a disciple. He came here to see what kind of woman the legendary Chu Luiyue was like. Once he saw her, he was overjoyed. This Chu Luiyue might have an ordinary background, but why would he care about this? Moreover, Chu Luiyue's temperament was also very good. Those who didn't know her would think that she was a noble lady carefully raised by some aristocratic family in Xiling City. His son had finally chosen the right person for once. Chu Luiyue was frightened by Jian Shi's exceptionally passionate gaze. If I really go to Dragon Teeth Mountain, I'll be stared at like this every day. The moment she thought of that scene, she felt uncomfortable. Therefore, Chu Luiyue made a decision. I choose Chongshu Pavilion. As soon as she finished speaking, the noisy crowd immediately disappeared. The surroundings were silent as if everything had stopped. Yuchi Song widened his eyes slightly. Because things had happened too unexpectedly, he didn't even have time to be shocked. He was only filled with confusion and confusion. Just now, did Chu Luiyue say, choose Chongshu Pavilion? How can that be? Jian Shi was the first to object. Absolutely not. How can my daughter-in-law go to another place? Lu Yu, you should come to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Chu Luiyue's eyes froze for a moment. Is Jian Shi openly snatching me? And why is he calling me by my name? This should be the first time we've met, right? No matter what, Jian Shi is a reputable figure in West Hill. Is this really appropriate? Yuchi Song immediately said, Jian Shi, what do you mean by this? Jian Shi cupped his fists and bowed to Yuchi Song. Elder Song, I've offended you. I don't mean to offend you. It's just that because of my son. I really think Chu Luiyue is very pleasing to the eye. So, why don't you give her to Dragon Teeth Mountain? Don't worry, I definitely won't fight with you for the others. Many people secretly curled their lips. He wants to snatch the best one now. The rest are not as good as Chu Luiyue. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have to snatch her anymore? Yuchi Song stroked his beard. We should let her decide for herself. As he spoke, he also looked at Chu Luiyue. Lu Yu, I'm very happy that you want to come to Chongshu Pavilion and welcome you. However, Jian Shi wants to invite you to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Since he's spoken, I won't forcefully stop him. Think about it yourself. Which one do you want to go to? Dragon Teeth Mountain and Chongshu Pavilion had always had a good relationship. Moreover, he could tell that Jian Shi really wanted Chu Luiyue to go to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so directly. From his own point of view, of course, he wanted Chu Luiyue to come to Chongshu Pavilion. After the previous incident, Chongshu Pavilion was now in short supply. They urgently needed to nurture a group of outstanding disciples to continue. On the other hand, Dragon Teeth Mountain's status and resources were better. For Chu Luiyue, it was a better choice. Chu Luiyue curtsied and said firmly, Thank you for your kindness, Mountain Master, but Lu Yu has made up his mind. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 544. Jian Shai still refused to give up. Lu Yu, you should think about it again, Chu Luiyue smiled. Lu Yu doesn't deserve the Hill Master's kindness. Please don't make things difficult for Lu Yu. Jian Shai saw her serious expression and knew that it was useless to say anything else. He could only sigh. Sigh. All right. Since you insist on choosing the Chongshu Pavilion, then. As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. He had already invited Chu Luiyue to Dragon Teeth Mountain so enthusiastically and sincerely. Anyone would know which choice was better for their future development. However, she still rejected him so straightforwardly. Could it be that there was another reason? Could it be that his son had hurt the girl's heart? Jian Shai's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. It must be so. Chu Luiyue only saw Jian Shai's expression change rapidly. Finally, he said hatefully, "This brat. Let's see how I'll deal with him when we get back." Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched. Was he talking about Jian Fengqi? Jian Shai seemed to have really misunderstood, however, this was obviously not a good time to explain this. Chu Luiyue thought about it and decided to wait for an opportunity to explain the situation in private. "Thank you for your understanding, Hill Master." After saying that, she bowed to Yuchi Song. Lu Yu greets the pavilion master. Yuchi Song looked at the woman who bowed respectfully in front of him. His emotions were in turmoil, and for a moment, he felt as if he was choking. He didn't have much hope in coming here today. Everyone thought that the Chongshu Pavilion's luck was over. These young people came to West Hill despite the hardships to fight for a future. Anyone with a little ambition would not choose the Chongshu Pavilion. However, Chu Luiyue made a choice without hesitation. Okay. Get up quickly." Yuchi Song got up and walked over. He personally helped Chu Luiyue up. His originally haggard appearance was now much more spirited. "Don't worry, Chongshu Pavilion will treat you well in the future." Wei Chi Song enunciated each word solemnly. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." She knew that Yuchi Song was a man of his words, and she also knew that he treated her very well. This had always been the case from the past until now. Other than Jian Shai, who was full of regret, everyone else's attitude towards this matter was basically the same. First, it was shock, then curiosity, and finally, some people felt sorry for him, while others mocked him. But no matter what, Chu Luiyue had already made his choice, and the outcome was set. Jiang Yuqing looked at Chu Luiyue with a slight frown. It turned out that Chu Luiyue had already planned to speak up for the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion. However, he could not figure out why Chu Luiyue would do such a thing. Next. "Where is Chang Wanzhou?" Chang Wanzhou stood up. Many gazes landed on him, including Song Wan and the others. This golden-haired youth had an unruly aura all over his body. However, unlike the controversial Chu Luiyue, he had already reached a stage 6 warrior. This was a strength that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone might question Chu Luiyue's first place, but absolutely no one would question Chang Wanzhou's second place. He was indeed the top existence among these geniuses. More importantly, he was like an unpolished jade that had not been polished. With a little guidance, he would definitely blossom with an even more brilliant and dazzling light. The major sects present were actually a little restless. They looked at Chang Wanzhou with a friendlier expression than when they looked at Chu Luiyue. Jiang Yuqing asked. "You can also choose these, Chongshu Pavilion." Chang Wanzhou spoke without hesitation. Jiang Yuqing instinctively asked. "What?" Chang Wanzhou pointed at Chu Luiyue. She chose Chongshu Pavilion. I'm the same as her. Chu Luiyue blinked. Actually, she did not discuss this matter with Chang Wanzhou previously because she felt that he would choose with her. As expected. This child looks very obedient most of the time. You also want to choose Chongshu Pavilion. Are you sure? The one who spoke this time was Lingyun sect's chief, Qing Lifeng. He originally thought highly of Chang Wanzhou, but who would have thought that this kid would choose with Chu Luiyue? Chang Wanzhou frowned slightly. He had already said it very clearly. Why were these people still asking? I'm sure. As he spoke, he had already walked directly towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue ruffled his hair. I knew that you're very clingy. Chang Wanzhou's soft golden hair was messed up again, but this time, he was not as angry as before. Ever since Chu Luiyue protected him in the Tianling God realm and called him Little Zhou, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to be angry with her. And during this period of time, he knew that Chu Luiyue was mostly just joking with him. In fact, she really treated him well. Then, it was actually somewhat acceptable for her to ruffle his hair. When everyone saw how close the two of them were, how could they not guess why Chang Wanzhou chose like this? He clearly chose Chongshu Pavilion for Chu Luiyue's sake. If Chu Luiyue chose another sect, he would obviously choose as well. These two clearly came from different places. How did their relationship become so good in just a few days? Qing Lifeng snorted. I originally thought that you were a good seedling, but I didn't expect that a man like you would be led by the nose by a girl. This is really... I don't want you. Such a person would probably not have any future prospects. Chu Luiyue's eyes turned cold. Before she could speak, Chang Wanzhou looked at Qing Lifeng and said coldly, I didn't choose you. It's clear that I didn't choose you, so why do you say that you don't want me? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.